Good evening. It is 6:30. We will call the meeting to order for City Council meeting January 28th of 2025. And I apologize if I'm winking out of my left eye. My contact lens fell out, so I can't see, and so my wife's bringing me my eyeglasses, so I will call for a small recess when she gets here so I can actually see. With the call to order, Mr. Hall, will you please lead us in our invocation? Thank you. Mr. McLendon, will you lead us in our pledges? For the record, that was not my wife bringing me the glasses. That takes us to item number 3, agenda approval.
I'd like to move to approve the agenda.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right on. All right, so item number 4. This is going to be a little presentation for our city administrator, Conrad, who is outgoing and retiring. So I'm going to give all the council just a quick minute to say something. I know they all spoke the other day at a lunch we had for Conrad, but this one's more public for the people to see. Conrad's been with us for a good minute. He's saw through some pretty tricky episodes, as well as some fun agenda items for discussion, as well as many meetings. I have gotten to work with him since the election took place in May a lot closer, and I've really gotten to know him, really gotten to respect the input that he brings to the table, and the knowledge, the many conversations that we've had with just regular work items to just sitting down and being able to just talk about everyday things has been amazing. I will say that you'll be missed. It's always been a pleasure to come in and see you, how you greet the staff, how you greet me, and how you work with everybody. So I do appreciate the years of service that you gave to all the cities, but most importantly to the ones that you gave us. So I appreciate you very much. And then I'll let Councilmember Easter go next, and then we'll just have they finish, go down the line, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your service to this city council and for all the past city councils here since, I think you joined here, what was it, 10 years ago, 5 years ago? It seems like 10 years ago to you, I'm sure. But we will miss you, and I haven't had the opportunity to work with you as much as I would have liked to, but the times I have worked with you, you've given me sagely advice, and I think you have a lot of practical experience, and I'm hoping that your next stage, your next adventure here is as more, if not more, rewarding than the time you spent with us. But thank you for your service.
I have nothing to say. I'm joking. It's been exactly 2 years since you and I have been working together. I really appreciate your wisdom. I appreciate everything that you taught me. also thank you for allowing me to make mistakes and then, correcting me as a city council member with your vast knowledge of the city and being our administrator. I wish nothing but the best for you and your family. Like, God bless. And if you ever find your way back, please, hit me up or if I find my way out there, like, I'll definitely contact you. But God bless you. Thank you for your service. And you're just going on to another way to continue to serve. And I just wish you all the love, respect, and admiration that you deserve.
Yeah, I think I'll echo a lot of this. Is just 37 years of public service and 20 years or so of being in a city administrator, city manager spot. I think we're lucky to have your knowledge, and I certainly learned some things with you. I came from a municipal government background, but I've always known there's things I'm probably not as aware of as I should be, and you were always there to fill the gaps for me. So thank you so much, and good luck on your next chapter. Speaking as a municipal employee retiree, you'll like it. It's a good. You'll sleep a lot more peaceful at night. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare anything, just like when I was at the fire station, everything prepared, and people kind of know how I feel about it, very mixed feelings about it. I'm just kind of to reiterate, it's kind of like a friend. You really have you kind of develop connections with. My kids got to know him. They do Taekwondo together, just stuff like this. And anybody who knows me knows that wherever I go, I homeschool my kids. My kids go with me to meetings and stuff like this. And he was always kind of, he was great. He was almost like in some ways, almost like an uncle. And it's like seeing a good friend of yours leave, and you feel like the fear of you'll never see him again. And I definitely experienced that. And I'm very, very happy to see you retired, because I know you're happy. But personally, I'm also very, very. I'm sad about seeing you go. You brought tremendous leadership. You've got brains coming out everywhere. I mean, anytime I needed some sage advice, I'd go to you, and I came away better every single time. And I deeply appreciate what you've added to my life and to that of my family, but also to that of my community. And I feel like we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
So it seems like everything has been said, but that being said, yeah, as I said over at the fire department the other day, I think the thing that I relish the most is just the friendship that we developed over a period of a couple of years. And you were constantly there. If I had a request, really on a moment's notice, you would take the call. I'd come over and share my questions with you, and you were very quick to respond and very diligent about your efforts to help. But we had a lot of conversations that were off topic, not necessarily involving what was going on in City Hall and whatever was entertaining for that moment. And so those are the best moments that I had. But beyond that, certainly I welcome your level of expertise. You really expanded my sense of city government, and I needed that because I was just seeing this as a city councilman, and you provided just a broader spectrum as to how government actually functions. And so I can't wish nothing but the best for you into the future, you and your family, and God bless you.
Conrad, you'll get to say something in a second, but with that being said, as a team unit up here, I'm going to ask everybody to meet with me as well as yourself in front of the dais, if you're okay with that. So Conrad, you'll get to say some words. Angela, if you can set the 3-minute timer for him. And then we'll get back into the rest of the business. But again, thank you from us, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, all the staff and residents. It's truly been an honor and a blessing for me to walk in the same place as all of you, and to learn from you and grow from you. I've always tried not to I tried, let me go the opposite. I've tried to stay as humble as I could, but still I think I know a lot of stuff. And I thought, I came here thinking, you know, what a great place. I've never been in a city so small. And I thought, this is perfect to go and learn or to help all the things I've learned to share with everybody here. And like I said, I learned every single day as I was here, and I appreciate that. And from all of you and the residents and the staff, we have great staff, and a great city attorney, Michael Halla. I had to say his name, so. No, we do. I mean, and we work together well, and it's just good people trying to make good things out of what we have. And we've had some disagreements. We learn from those, and we grow from those. We hope we do. I'm not dying. I'm starting a new chapter, so I'm happy about that. I don't know if it's going to be in local government management, but it may be. I know the mayor's going to talk about it as some commercial development happens. I'd love to be invited back to at least stand with people and cut the ribbon as things happen, because I know it's coming. And I know that the city is currently and will continue to be a great place. And so thank you individually, thank you collectively for this great opportunity and honor that you've given me to be here. I think you remember there's a couple weeks ago I was writing the mayor and council, and I got halfway through the email, and I thought, I miss everybody already. And I was like, and I think I wrote it in there, I miss you guys already. And I haven't gone. So it will be an adjustment. But in my life, you know, God and family come 1 and 2, and work comes 3, but I consider everybody as my family. So 1 and 2 and 2A. And so I appreciate all of you and hope that I can continue learning from you. I mean, sometimes you may get a 10 o'clock text that says about something, but feel free to always contact me. I'll be there, and I would love and appreciate hearing from you. And if there's anything more I can give whenever, I want to do it. So thank you so much.
Conrad, you still had 1 minute, so we'll move on to number 5. So just a real quick update on Edwards Road. Many of you saw that we closed that as a collaborative effort with the fire chief, some of the area fire departments as well, the county and the city. It was not just a one-person entity closing. It was due to a lot of reasons for safety and making sure people were not going to be on that road damaging vehicles and whatnot. So with that said, after about 3 weeks roughly of it being closed, we met again with the developer, Taylor Duncan out of Sonoma Verde, with the county judge and everybody, and they did the quick patchwork on it, which many of you have seen already taking place. If I'm not mistaken, it probably finished today. so that we could get it opened back up for people to use again. The county did agree to maintain this road for 5 months, and that's what has not happened in the past. Once the patches have been made, there was no maintenance of them, and so that's why they kind of fell apart fast. One of the things I also found out is the patches actually held up from the last time they did the repair. When you actually go out there and look at it, the patches are intact and in order. It's the other areas of the roads because there's no base. With all that being said, there are greater plans to finish this road out correctly, but it is, if I'm not mistaken, open by tomorrow for sure, if not Friday, for y'all to be able to drive on it again. So that's Edwards. Real quick on number 6, we've been in talks with Brookshire's. They've been some really good talks. We had a presentation with them a few days ago, actually last week, where myself and Mr. Kippett went down, met with them, had a really good follow-up meeting from the last time we met with them. So we're working with a couple of the other developers, the commercial developers that are there, to come up with a couple of other things to put on the table. And hopefully we have February 7th, we'll be sending them back an updated kind of idea of what we're looking at. And then in 6 weeks, they meet on their sales team, and they'll give us a report back where we are at in the ranking. So that's the update on Brookshire's. To move to item number 7, as everyone just heard, obviously Conrad is retiring, and we will be going into a 6-month contract with an interim city administrator, Bev Stibbins. Many of you know, who is a resident of McLendon-Chisholm for some time now, but has served in almost every role, if not every role, from City Council, Board of Adjustments, P&Z, has done a budget for the city even. And so she's going to be with us for 6 months as our interim city administrator. So in the next meeting, you'll see her over there, as she is over here tonight, sitting in a different viewpoint than she's normally at. And so we, as a council, welcome her, and the staff is looking forward to working with her as well. We'll go into item number 8. I'm already getting dry mouth. Rules of decorum. So obviously, rules of decorum is in place for us as well as you. So we will stay in line and stay respectful, and we just ask that you do the same thing. No crazy outbursts and cheering, and just be respectful of the time that we're here to conduct city business, so that we're mindful of getting the job done. And with that, we will go into citizens' comments. So first person up is going to be Brandon Tate. And please keep the comments to 3 minutes. We have quite a few speakers tonight, so at the 3-minute mark, I will probably let you know for sure that you got to wrap up that last sentence. Angela, if you can make sure the timer's set loud enough so they hear it as well. Thank you.
Hi, Brandon Tate, 400 Tate Farms Drive. I'm proud to say that I've been a lifelong member of this community. I've had the privilege of growing up here and raising my family here, and watching the area evolve over the years. I've recently built a forever home on our family farm, and I'm planning to stay a lifetime member of this community. I've seen both the positive and negative impacts of development through my time in my life here. And it's with that perspective and the knowledge that development is coming, whether we like it or not, is what brings me here tonight. So multiple members of my family live on and operate Tate Farms in this part of the county, which is one of the last family-owned and operated ranches in Rockwall County. Our property is located in and directly abutting the ETJ of McLendon-Chisholm. To secure the long-term future of our farm, which has become a gathering place for many in our community, we made the tough decision to market a 148-acre tract of land for development. After speaking with many developers who were targeting this area and hearing what their vision and goals would be, we truly believe that Sonoma Verde, the Sonoma Verde proposed development, offers a vision and approach that will benefit our community far more than the alternatives. most notably those more similar to the D.R. Horton plan development. Unlike others whose development more so prioritizes speed and uniformity over quality and community fit, the current proposed developer has shown a commitment to maintain the standard currently developed in the adjacent phases. As a lifetime resident, I care deeply about the future of this area. I know the consequences of making the wrong choice, and I firmly believe that rejecting or delaying this agreement opens the door for less responsible development. I express my wholesome and wholehearted support for Agenda Item 11.1 and 11.2, the development agreements for Sonoma Verde East and Sonoma Verde North. This is our chance to ensure that Sonoma Verde East and North are developed with care, intention, and respect for the community that we all cherish. I urge you to approve these agenda items and allow this process to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Nathan Tate.
Hello, Nathan Tate, 28 Williams Rockwall. I'm also a co-owner of Tate Farms. Over the past few years, we've been approached by multiple developers, and if the Tate Farm tract is developed with a consistent and cohesive plan that Sonoma Verde has already established with a proven track record, we can avoid higher density and lower quality homes, such as the proposed D.R. Horton development, which is right behind our main farm and family homesteads. After sorting through the multiple offers that have come our way, we believe that Sonoma Verde will bring community to the current rural atmosphere that we all grew up with and that we are dedicated to preserving. With the continued operation of our undeveloped Tate Farms, which will remain one of the largest privately owned tracts of land in this part of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Evan Tate.
Hi, y'all. I'm Evan Tate. I live at 200 Tate Farms Drive. I've been a resident of Rockwall County my entire life, lived on our place, and worked it beside my grandfather, who founded our place in 1962. He was mayor pro tem of the city of Rockwall, and then working beside my father, who was a community leader here in McLendon-Chisholm, fire chief for over 20 years of the city of McLendon-Chisholm, and played a big role in starting the ball of developing this community the right way. None of us have been residents of McLendon-Chisholm, but we've been neighbors for a long time. We are neighbors to the Sonoma Verde subdivision there is now. And I think with the things that we try to do as neighbors to this community, this will give the opportunity for us to stay building the proposition to, what is it, the Sonoma Verde propositions. Sorry, 1, what is it? 11.1, 11.2. It's not an easy decision for us. This piece of property we're talking about has been, I remember when my dad bought it. I remember when it was up for sale. And I run my cattle on that property. But for us to be able to move forward and remain neighbors with this community, this will be something that sets that path for us. And we appreciate y'all to consider helping us be neighbors to that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Todd Bush.
I'm a lot shorter than they are. Good evening, everyone. I got to say, I got a lot of respect for you guys. You were able to be here your whole life. I'm a transplant, so I'm a good transplant, and I can speak from the other perspective of seeing San Diego County blow up with a whole bunch of development. And I moved here and live in Sonoma Verde so that I don't have to be right next door, 5 feet away from someone. And I'm on one of the larger lots over there. As I've read through these proposals, it looks like these new next two developments are going to have some smaller lot sizes. So I am opposed to that. The current PIDs that are in force right now are for the current Sonoma Verde. Tapping into lift pump stations, those kind of things, that's just going to hurt the current homeowners of Sonoma Verde. I'm not saying that a happy medium can't be found somewhere. Understanding that you all may need to sell this tract to continue on with your livelihood. And I can appreciate that because in 2008, when Lehman failed and the world changed, I was really, really busy because I worked for a court-ordered receiver. And I would have to go out and take over these construction sites. And I saw the devastation. So I can appreciate where you guys are coming from, but as a homeowner in Sonoma Verde, if they want to develop these lands, please don't tie it to Sonoma Verde, because then that elongates our ability to take control of our HOA. I would like to see some of the streets that are falling apart in Sonoma Verde taken care of before you approve any type of agreement going forward to develop more. So thank you all for your time tonight. And again, I wish I had been here 40 years ago.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, I have Douglas Masul.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Doug Mosel. My address is 5850 Granite Parkway in Plano, Texas. I'm the president of Land Plan Development. Land Plan is a land development company. We've done a variety of single-family, retail, multifamily, medical projects in the DFW area. Before working for Land Plan, I worked nearly 20 years in the public sector, having served in various planning, economic development, and city management roles with the cities of Carrollton, Plano, Frisco, Prosper, and Oak Point. I've witnessed a variety of and wide range of development in high-growth areas. One of these such projects was Wild Ridge in Oak Point, Texas. Oak Point is Denton County, positioned up against Lake Louisville. Wild Ridge was also developed by Taylor Duncan when I was Oak Point city manager. So I'm here to briefly talk to you about that project and Taylor Duncan's character from the perspective of former city manager. While I'm not overly familiar with McLendon-Chisholm, I believe your community has a lot of similarities to Oak Point. It's a small, fast-growing city located squarely in the path of growth. Growth isn't always necessarily welcomed with open arms. The community is generally skeptical of smaller lots, and there's challenges with the expansion of water, sewer, and roadway infrastructure. The Wild Ridge project is a project that was very similar to Sonoma Verde. It was a highly amenitized project containing 50, 60, and 70-foot lots and homes constructed by very reputable home builders. Initially, the city of Oak Point was resistant to the Wild Ridge project and very skeptical of Taylor Duncan. However, once the project was developed, the city became very appreciative of the project due to the quality of the project and its amenities, the quality of the homes, the utility and roadway improvements, the additional revenue that resulted from permits, inspections, and impact fees, and the expansion of the city's tax base. The city also found that Taylor Duncan is honest and does what they say they're going to do. I understand that there may be some resistance to the Sonoma Verde project, the expansion of the existing Sonoma Verde. But knowing the characteristics of Wild Ridge project in Oak Point and being that it's similar to Sonoma Verde, I encourage you to look at this as an opportunity opposed to a problem. I believe Sonoma Verde will set the tone for other quality developments in McLendon-Chisholm, just as Wild Ridge did in Oak Point. Appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and sorry for the mispronouncing of your last name. Next up is Mr. David Black.
Yeah, I'm David Black of 1419 Sienna Lane in Sonoma Verde. Okay, so initially, the first thing I saw was access to the, well, first I want to say, I hope the development agreement gets resolved. I'd rather not have a vote tonight, but I don't know about public hearings for things as critical as bringing in, doubling the population of an area, how that affects the citizens. But if there's a vote tonight, I would recommend no. One thing I'm concerned in the plan is I appreciate the developers putting in the nice concrete roads for Edwards and League. I think League is already done. Maybe they're going to widen it. But the thing is, they stop at the developers into their line. But that doesn't do a whole lot for getting to FM 550, getting to FM 549.
Angela, make sure you give him some extra time on that, please.
Okay, so the roads, Edwards needs to get to FM 550 and also FM 549. I don't know who would develop that, who would work that, who would pay for that. I think the city has to consider that. Also, League Road, how does it get to 205? I mean, could be a real mess of access at the moment for that development. So I'd like to see a plan, what the city's going to do, how they're going to save money to build roads or whatever they're going to do. Also, as to impact on the civilians, people who live in the area, I think it's kind of high. I think if it was actually to the standards of Verde in terms of the lots, I think there would be a whole lot less objection, but it's not the standard. Theirs are much smaller on average lots to the existing Sonoma Verde. For instance, they have a 50-foot street, 50-foot lot as the smallest, and Sonoma Verde proper has a 60-foot lot. In fact, Sonoma Verde even has some 1-acre lots. So it just doesn't seem like it's a very good mix to me. In fact, it looks like sardines in a can. So I'm concerned about the impact to our quality of life here, because traffic is no doubt going to be horrible. Then I have some sort of general questions on the development agreement. Did the fire chief review it, and has the fire chief reviewed the red lines? Oh, is that for me already?
No, go for about, you got 20 more seconds. I'll lot you back for the time lost.
Oh, boy. Okay. Has the fire chief seen the review? There's a statement on page 148 that says the city staff is supervised by the engineer. Should it say city engineer, or does it mean the developer's engineer or anyone's engineer? The PID, I agree with the previous speaker on the PID. It should not be connected whatsoever to the PID that's going to be created for the extension. Same with the HOA.
Thanks, Mr. Black. We'll go. I appreciate you, good sir. Thank you. Next up is Renee Warren.
Renee Warren, 1706 Puglia Court, Sonoma Verde. I am strongly opposed to the proposed additions of Sonoma Verde East and North. There are too many reasons why I oppose this to list in 3 minutes, so I will emphasize the most important reasons in my opinion. First, there is no water. Last year, the developers asked the city of McLendon-Chisholm to allow them to hook up Phase 3 and Phase 5 in Sonoma Verde to Blackland. Because the developers cut a deal with Blackland due to the fact that RCH is not getting any more water from Rockwall, and hooking up to the North Texas Water Districts is years away from happening. The City Council approved the developer's request, and RCH promptly filed the lawsuit against Blackland. Because of this lawsuit, Blackland decided that they were not going to provide water to Phase 3 and Phase 5. These are some of the attorney's fees that, as an RCH member, I now have to pay for, not a developer. There were at least 5 pools put in Sonoma Verde last year that I know of, and I'm guessing the number is probably closer to 10 or more new pools last year alone. The developers control the HOA board and have it in their power to halt any HOA approvals for new pools until the water situation is corrected, and they choose not to. Second reason is drainage. As a resident of Sonoma Verde, I have drainage issues, and so do the neighbors on both sides of my property. I would estimate about 75% of the lots in Sonoma Verde have some degree of drainage issues. There are not enough storm drains and water pools on our streets for weeks. It has been this way for years, and I allege the proposed additions will have the same drainage issues. The third reason is additional traffic. In regard to Edwards Road, it is my understanding that in the original agreement between the developers and McLendon-Chisholm that the developers agreed to maintain Edwards Road. They dangle fixing the road like a carrot. Edwards Road needs to be torn up and replaced with concrete at the developer's expense, and we need Edwards Road replaced before the construction begins on 205 at the main entrance. And I agree with Mr. Bush, everything that he said. These proposed lots are way too small, and I would ask that you consider the residents of Sonoma Verde and vote no against this.
Thank you. Before we go on, Asa, can you swap your microphone with the podium microphone? Sounds like that one's starting to cut out. Or maybe check the connections. Angela, and if you can, just call tomorrow on our sound guy. Have it come out and get checked out.
Right now, I'm just telling you I didn't want to cause them trouble.
His keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Feedback.
Yeah. Just unplug yours off the back. Yeah. Conrad's going to swap it out with you real quick, and then we'll move forward. Sorry for that, folks. Next up will be John Powers. When it's, give us a second, John. Just letting you know you're up next.
Test, okay.
All right, John Powers, you're up, sir. Sorry for the delay, folks.
Good evening, John Powers, 1847 The Way. Obviously, there's a lot of things that the council needs to consider in regard to this project. Definitely don't want to consider anything too hasty. There's a few things that stand out to me that if I were in your chair would be important to look at, and I'm just going to mention a few of those. I'm a numbers guy, so I just look at numbers primarily. The proposed Sonoma Verde East is 149 acres with a maximum of 455 homes allowed. That is 3.05 homes per acre. These numbers are accurate to the best of my knowledge. I'm willing to be corrected if I get anything wrong. Proposed Sonoma Verde North is 350 acres with a maximum of 775 homes allowed. That is 2.46 homes per acre. Existing Sonoma Verde is 2.2 homes per acre. Taylor Duncan states the addition of Sonoma Verde North and East will increase the overall density of Sonoma Verde to 2.3 homes per acre. However, in the actual proposed developments, the density will be much higher than the 2.3 homes per acre. It will be 2.46 in the north, and it'll be 0.05, excuse me, in the east. Sonoma Verde exists contrary to the comprehensive plan of the city, which has 1 acre minimum lots as the desired standard. Sonoma Verde is obviously an exception to that standard. And if these two proposed developers' plans are approved as they are, just as they are, take the city further from that standard and set a precedent for even smaller lots, the 50-foot lots. That's the problem that gives me heartburn there. In addition to that, the total number of homes proposed come to 1,230 homes, which is 2,400 at 2 cars per household. An average of 2 to 2.5 residents per home, that would increase in the population of McLendon-Chisholm of about 2,500 to 3,000 residents in these two relatively small areas. That's about a 50% increase in our present population, just to give us an idea of the impact of that number. And that's not even taken into consideration to the other developments that have also been approved in the city and the growth we're going to get from them. It's reasonable, certainly reasonable, to take into consideration that the two proposed new developments will be immediately adjacent to D.R. Horton and their planned community of 6,000 homes with a density of 3 homes per acre. That needs to be taken care of, and that is going to have an effect. If we're all honest, it's going to have an effect on what is practical for Taylor Duncan to put in there. However, it is my preference that the lot sizes in these proposed Sonoma Verde developments, east and north, should be more consistent with, if they're approved, which is what has already been approved and existing in the current Sonoma Verde. I'll just leave it off right there. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I appreciate you. Next up is Joseph Bohannon.
Hello, I'm Joseph Bohannon, 719 Sema Lane. I am a Sonoma Verde. I've been here for 5 years. I've seen a lot of development. I've seen a lot of good, and I've seen a lot of bad. 2 years ago was bad when RCH shut down the water. Big cracks in my yard, cracks along my fence line. Times that we couldn't use water, which was 90% of the time, was only 10% you could use. The roads that they keep talking about, if I'm correct, the roads are serviced by the city. Taylor Duncan went in with their own money, and Edwards Road repaired it without any question, without any extra support, but they did this for us, and we didn't recognize that. There's some long and short solutions to the water issues. We just got to figure out which one is best for us. There's some solutions to long-term sewer. We just got to figure out which ones are best for us. We've already got developments set up. I think the north is set up for elderly adults, 55 plus, which is going to cut it down for maybe 1.5 people per household. So we have to look at that as well. Permit, inspection, impact, PID fees benefiting the city as revenue streams for many years to come. So we have to look at that as well. Sonoma Verde lifestyle that we're having right now, I'm comfortable where I'm at. I'm comfortable with the people around me. I'm not real comfortable with certain amount of change. Change is inevitable. So what we've got to look at is what change is coming our way and what are we trying to stop, because it's coming no matter what, whether we like it or not. So if we have control over it, if we have ability to make the change and help with the change, I suggest we do that. And I think Taylor Duncan gives us the best benefit for that change. It's already set, so why not use what's already positive instead of trying to put something there that not real sure if it's going to work for us or if we're really going to like what they're putting in. Right now, we know the quality is good because they've changed some of the quality that they were developing in the beginning, and they moved it and took it out. That's Altavera, or whatever they're called. So when they moved those out, that's when I moved in, because the quality of the homes are good. That's what I like, and that's what I'd like to stay with. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christy Adair.
My name's Christy Adair. My address is 2239 South Munson Road, Royce City, Texas. Even though I'm not within the city limits or a resident of the city, I speak, and I am for the expansion, and I want to speak for CCMC. And I would like to take a moment to share my experience with the developer, TDI, as a liaison between the residents of Sonoma Verde and the developer. I am the community manager for Sonoma Verde, and since I've been working with TDI over the past 2 years, I can say that their engagement with the residents on concerns has always been addressed. They took over the community in phase 2, so they were not the original developer of the community, but I can say since they took over in phase 2, with making repairs, listening to residents' concerns, and the benefits, if expansion is approved, long-term road improvements on Edwards and Lake Road.
I'm going to stop you because the microphone's not catching and it's coming across. We'll start your time off if we need to.
Sure.
Unplug the back or give her a hand mic, because it's going to be something in the wiring, and if it's a wireless mic, so it does not have to be plugged in.
Okay, so just turn it off.
Yeah, and then
That was disconnects. Can you
Chris,
hear?
Chris,
Is it
I'm
better?
going to give you an opportunity to start over. I'm going to take a
That's okay,
5-minute
I can
recess so
start.
I can coordinate with the sound guy.
Okay.
And let's see if we can, and we'll start you back over because no one heard you online.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
So I apologize.
No, no
So
worries.
we'll take a 5-minute recess at, can you see the time here? Readers.
We have it
7:18.
fixed. We have it fixed. It was pulled out of the,
We're just going to take the 5 to make sure. Thank you. 7:18. We'll be back in 5.
It should be okay.
It's 7:23. 7:23, we're going to reconvene. So what we have found is if you mess with the microphone and you lift it up, it does remove the connection. So when you are adjusting the mic, just make sure you press it back down so it has its connection back. So Christy, we'll start with you again, and then next up will be Larry Gazelle or Gazelle. I can't tell if it's a D or G. But Christy's time will start over. So you can start from the beginning, Christy. Again, we apologize for that.
No problem. Can you hear me? All right. Once again, my name is Christy Adair. I'm the community manager at Sonoma Verde Association in McLendon-Chisholm. Although I'm not a resident of Sonoma Verde nor live within the city limits, I'd like to take a moment to share my experience with the developer TDI as the liaison between the residents and the developer. TDI is the second developer of Sonoma Verde, taking over in phase 2, at which time TDI engaged CCMC as a property management company to manage a large-scale master plan community as Sonoma Verde. While communities always experience issues in their development, TDI experienced several infrastructure issues originated from the previous developer that could have been left unresolved. However, at their own expense, they elected to create solutions to preserve the community and proper values in the short and long term, thus reflecting the corporate integrity. CCMC as a management company is for the expansion for Sonoma North and East. The benefits of the community expansion will allow TDI to add more high-quality home sites to a well-established community, allowing for additional revenue for McLendon-Chisholm as a city, our commercial partners, as well as providing future generations a home where they can age in place. The growth will also enhance the amenities offered to residents, including a more sufficient amenity center that will serve as a hub of all community engagement events, activities, trails, fields, and so on, all of which will be maintained to a high standard. The other benefits, if the expansion is approved, would be a long-term improvement for Edwards and League Road, long-term improvements to the area utilities and master infrastructure, support the building in the future elementary school site, support the development of the McLendon-Chisholm Commercial Park and future Brookshire's grocery store, strengthen tax base for the city along with city receiving permits, inspections, impact, and PID fees. All these will make the city financially stronger and help maintain roads and infrastructure, ensuring housing supply for the future generations from the area and for the empty nesters, 55 plus, and so on. Supports additional amenities and trail system to Sonoma Verde, and supports and will improve the Sonoma Verde lifestyle program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christy. And again, apologize for the sound issue there. Larry.
Thank you. My name's Larry Delzell. I'm at 2401 Wing Point Lane in Plano, Texas. I'm currently the Senior Vice President of Land Acquisition for Perry Homes. We're currently a builder in Sonoma Verde. So I've been in the business, been doing land development and home building for 53 years. So for better or worse, I've got a lot of experience. And I'll share a little bit of that with you. I've been in Plano since 1979, served 7 years on the Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 of those as chairman. So I saw a lot of growth. I saw responsible growth and I saw irresponsible growth. And I had an opportunity to participate in that process. So a couple of things I want to share with you. Number one, when we're one of the largest 100% female-owned businesses in the state of Texas. $2.6 billion in revenue, over 4,000 houses in the state of Texas. So we're a big player in the state. We have an opportunity to do a lot of development and a lot of home building in the state. We say no a lot of times because we're usually at the top of the list to go into place. We look at four things. We looked at the quality of the municipality, the quality of the school district, the quality of community we're going in, and the quality of the developer that we're doing business with, because they're our partner. Sonoma Verde was the first deal we've done out in this part of the DFW Metroplex, although I started my career in 1972 doing development in Rockwall. So that's the first thing. All four of those check the box. The second thing is we like master plan communities rather than just one-off communities. They hold their value longer, they hold value for the homeowner longer, and they have more variety. The key to master plan communities is a variety of lot sizes. I want to dispel the myth that lot size has anything to do with quality of the house. I can cite numerous examples. We built 24-foot wide homes in Plano, 3 stories that sold for $1 million to $2 million. So lot size and house size has nothing to do with it. In fact, it can work against quality because there's a price point we're going for. As the lots get bigger and get more expensive, the money that can be devoted to architecture, amenities, and quality of the house gets less and less, and builders like us get turned off by that. We want to build the highest quality that we can build. So it's a myth that bigger lots mean better, higher quality and even higher prices, because we're aimed at a target. I want to say that I probably dealt with 100 developers or more in my career. And I can count on 2 hands the number of people that when I do a deal with, I can shake hands and I don't have to worry about how long it takes me to put it on paper. And TDI is one of those. And there's a very few of those that I can say that about over my 53-year career. So you've got a great community, you've got a great master plan community, you've got a great municipality, you've got a great school district. Right now you have great builders in Sonoma Verde. We want to stay. But we need variety. We need a variety of lot sizes, a variety of home sizes, so we can build the product we've been so successful in. The last 12 months, we've closed 13 houses at an average price of $825,000 in Sonoma Verde. So we're gonna come with quality. We're gonna come with what you guys are looking for. But you need variety in lot size. You need the right builders, and you need people that know what they're doing. TDI. When I shake hands with those guys, it's a done deal. And so that's the kind of people I want to do business with. It should be the kind of people you want to do business with and have in your community. So we'd like to stay, and I urge you to approve the development agreement for both new phases. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Larry Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Larry Taylor. I reside at 400 Las Lomas in Heath, Texas. Got to say something today. My oldest daughter today was awarded Teacher of the Year for Rockwall, so I'm really excited about that. I just wanted to let y'all know that. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff. I'm 76 years old. I know I don't look like it. But some of my friends ask me, is there a lot of stress in your business? And I always answer, for every night that I lay awake worrying about one of my real estate projects, I got one white hair. And that doesn't include the ones that just fell out on their own. I've been directly involved in the real estate development industry for 45 years. I co-founded Taylor Duncan Investments with my partner, Philip Duncan, over 30 years ago. Over that period of time, we've developed numerous successful single-family communities, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15,000 single-family lots. Before Taylor Duncan, I was president and CEO of several other real estate development companies with a gentleman by the name of Lawson Ridgway that founded Centennial Homes, who sold out to Weyerhaeuser Corporation. He built 30,000 houses in Dallas. I also have developed multifamily housing projects all over the country. We have done retail shopping centers, mainly grocery-anchored shopping centers. with Kroger, Tom Thumb, Safeway, and Albertson as my tenants. I say all that to just say that I've been doing this for a while, just like my friend Larry back here. I'm now semi-retired, and I don't do day-to-day operations anymore. My contribution to TDI is in consulting and advising, as well as being an active equity investor in the projects we do. We feel at TDI, we feel blessed that we have had the opportunity to work and develop within the community of McLendon-Chisholm. We're extremely excited about to continue those efforts with the two proposed new phases and next to the existing Sonoma Verde community. We've spent an enormous amount of time and money getting these proposals and these new phases to this point. Stephen Davis and Spencer Taylor, our two partners, have had many meetings with the city council and city leaders, staff, all the homeowners. I mean, we've met with everybody who would talk to us. We've tried our best to moderate everything, to be forthright, to tell you nothing but the truth every time we talk to you. We'll always do that. We're people of our word. We do good work. We're thankful for all the people who've supported us over the years. We're thankful for those who came tonight to speak and support us. And Stephen Davis, one of our partners tonight, will give a more detailed presentation of our proposed development plan shortly, so that you may gain a better understanding and overall of the overall plan for Sonoma Verde community. We kindly ask you to listen, ask questions, and hopefully support our request. Thank you so much for your time. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Adrian Bachman.
Adrian Balcom, 1518 Forenza Court. Good evening, council. I am in support of the proposals from Sonoma Verde. Little back history, I am the second homeowner that moved into Sonoma Verde, so I remember whenever it was just dirt and we didn't have any amenities. And I had the fun time of having no connection to the internet for approximately 5 months. So I understand a little bit about not seeing things happen really quickly and all that, and we want amenities. One of the things that happened in the 2007 agreement, we were expecting a lot of these amenities to come pretty quickly, but that comes with time. Thankfully, we have an amazing group of people here. TDI has been nothing but honest and communicated to the residents anytime that there's been a problem or wanting input. They took the initiative to host a town hall, and they explained the things that they want to try to bring solutions to the city's issues with fixing roads, and do improvements for the waste management system that will be affecting our commercial area. And I know the city is getting increased requests to have commercial availability. And that's one of the things that people in commercial don't want to have beyond without sewer. So I do support their ideas. I think that there's room to negotiate. This whole idea about bringing up about the lot size, I live on a 60-foot lot. When I first got into Sonoma Verde, we picked out our house in 2014, and at the time, the value, I think, was like $240,000. And right now, the homes values are over $400,000 and up. The types of homes that they want to bring in is going to be able to satisfy people that want to downsize and also be available for 55 plus and older. I know, and I can contest, that there are people moving in that happen to be extended family in Sonoma Verde right now, and they are downsizing, or they just want to be closer to their grandkids. So I know that there is a market for that. I think that whenever they do their presentation, they're going to address the issue with Edwards Road being concrete, because ultimately that's what the solution is. These temporary solution that we're talking about right now is just temporary. It's the same thing that we had last year and the years before, and we need it to be concrete because we're getting a lot more traffic out there. Yes, I understand that there's people that are wanting less traffic, but there's an alternative, and I don't want to think about that alternative. I want to work with people that I know that's going to bring the value. They have brought Perry Homes and Highland, and that they are really great products that have come online for Sonoma Verde and has brought increased value for our area. And I hope that you will consider asking questions if you don't understand the PID, because there's a lot of people that don't. It's very confusing, I guess. But if they will be able to address that. In addition to that, ask them, how many people that have come up here today talking about the types of amenities that they were expecting from the developer? Let them explain to y'all about what they plan to do in their future. And I think it would be a great fit for our city and to show the value that it can bring as a whole. And I think that it's something attractive for our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gary Nickel.
Gary Nickel, 612 Kentwood. I'm here to express a concern about the density of the houses being proposed in the new development. I know the city in the past has made a lot of revenue on building permits. In fact, we didn't have a budget problem before this building was constructed, when things were slow, small, and before the rush, the land rush began, the city didn't need a lot of money. Then we got this facility, and the stampede was on. We're not contesting or challenging the quality of the development, just the quantity. The lots are too small, as indicated by others. The traffic increase alone is significant and reason enough to reject the plan as written. There's also a potential problem with maintenance of the roads, construction of new adequately sized roads, schools, water may or may not be an issue. We don't know that far ahead yet. Fire protection, police protection would have to be upgraded to handle the increased number of homes. And as one of the previous gentlemen said, that if you can double the number of homes and still get the same money for it, I can see why that's a good incentive for them to try to move in here and build more homes. But it doesn't help the people who are already here that have to deal with the effects of all that traffic. City surveys in the past and the comprehensive plan have clearly indicated that the residents who have been here don't want smaller lots. They want to maintain the atmosphere of the rural area that we've always enjoyed. There is a place for smaller homes, but it's possible that we already have enough of those, and even if we double the size of some of those lots, they would still be considered a small lot compared to the other properties in this area. So I would urge you to reconsider what you're planning to do, because the decisions that you make here will affect the residents of this city long after I'm gone, and many of us who won't be here long enough to endure the problems are going to have to suffer with the decisions that you make. So I urge you to consider that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Tony Crawford.
Tony Crawford, 104 Lavender here in McLendon. And first of all, best wishes for you, Conrad, in your future endeavors. Regarding the Tate and Sloan projects, two issues come to mind regarding these two proposals. The developer will say that high density is required to make the project profitable, and the lure of allowing this amount of density in exchange for various city needs paid for by the developer is very tempting. To that end, the proposal gives the appearance of an end run around the desires of the people. Because this is currently in the ETJ, then we don't get a review before the P&Z. Then there appears there will be a request to incorporate the area into the city limits after approval of the proposal by council. Density, frontages, setback, and building standards would already be set before P&Z can do their job. Let me quote two parts of the comprehensive plan, the plan that was created by the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. As the city continues to grow, the community wants to remain committed to a balance of governing policies and land use to ensure McLendon-Chisholm remains a highly sought-after community that provides a rural retreat from the growing urbanization across DFW. Second, the city of McLendon-Chisholm has grown from its humble beginnings as two farming communities to an attractive residential community, while attempting to maintain a housing inventory that is more focused on larger lots and encouraging a rural atmosphere. Although some lots smaller than 1 acre are zoned and could potentially be constructed, most community members would like for new residential development to be a minimum of 1 acre lots or at a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per acre. Decisions on lot size based on the fact that the developer must make a certain amount of money leaves the desires of the citizens behind. While I don't begrudge anyone making a profit, I do not want our council to forget about the most important part of this city, its citizens. I chose McLendon-Chisholm because the comprehensive plan which stated the desire of the people to keep large lots within the city limits. This will help keep our growth responsible. There will be plenty of small lots available in the county with the D.R. Horton project. I implore the council to control growth, especially within the city limits. Just remember, you control our growth, and our growth does not need to occur just for the sake of growth. Don't let the tail wag the dog. These proposed projects will create a large amount of density that will necessitate the need to create city services, mainly law enforcement. The need for law enforcement long before it is needed unless residential projects are kept at the 1 acre minimum. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tony. And last up is going to be Rich Tinker, and the note is he is speaking for Donald Goodwin, who is out ill with the flu. So Rich Tinker will be speaking for Don Goodwin. Rich.
Gotta find his email. My name is Rich Tinker. Like you said, I live at 1701 Amarone. Moved here in 2021. Donald Goodwin is an associate of mine. I invited him to our community to live. He was in Arizona. It was an easy sell. It's a great community. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Donald reached out to me today and asked if I would come and speak on his behalf because of the importance of the issues at hand. So I stand here as a concerned resident, deeply invested in the future of our community. Let me begin by sharing what I know about the developer and their actions, not based on hearsay, but on personal experience. When this developer pitched their project to the community, they requested that questions be submitted in advance. I took the time to craft thoughtful and challenging questions to better understand how this project might impact our town. Unfortunately, those questions were never addressed during the public pitch. Even after repeated follow-ups, I received no response. What this company presented wasn't a transparent conversation or genuine engagement. It was a public relation performance. Promises were made, but meaningful dialogue was ignored. This is not the kind of collaborative, transparent approach we should expect from any developer. I've also witnessed this developer's troubling treatment of residents. For example, one of my neighbors who just moved back into her home after rebuilding it from a devastating lightning strike was threatened with legal actions over something as minor as a fence stain. I've personally experienced smaller threats, even after providing clear communication and timelines for resolving the issue. Rather than working collaboratively with the residents and find solutions, this developer has consistently relied on intimidation and pressure to get its way. Beyond these behaviors, the developer's track record raises significant concerns about their ability to responsibly develop and maintain communities. In Sonoma Verde, for example, they destroyed Edwards Road during development. Streets have repeatedly flooded. A dam recently failed. Storm damage repairs were so delayed that they caused additional harm. And the pool facilities have been grossly mismanaged. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a troubling pattern of neglect, poor planning, and broken promises. This consistent history of failure and disregard for the communities they serve is deeply concerning, and yet this developer now asks us to believe they'll do a better job this time, that this project will somehow be different. But actions speak louder than words, and their actions so far tell a different story. Our community deserves better. We deserve developers with integrity, transparency, and proven ability to follow through on their commitments. And as leaders, you have a responsibility to ensure this town's future is built on strong foundations by partners who will build it up, not tear it down. What this developer is asking you to do is what this developer is asking you to believe is that we as a community are desperate, that we have no better options and must accept their assurance despite their poor track record.
Mr. Tinker, the time went off, but I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you're welcome to email the rest of the comments, and that's for anybody. Y'all are welcome.
Sorry, sir, I can email the rest of the
comments to us, and we'll put them in. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so that wraps up citizens' comments. I do always ask if anyone wants to say something before I close it. I see 2, so make sure you fill 3. So make sure when you finish to fill out a form to give it to Angela. So I'll bring Eric Towery up first, and then I believe it was Bob Faddick, and then there was, I thought I saw one more hand, wasn't sure. Okay, you'll be the third. Go ahead.
All right, Eric Towery, 1252 Livorno. Today I want to talk about something that's vital to the future of McLendon-Chisholm, our commitment to maintain the character of the city and stay true to the vision we've set for it. As we face new developers who seek to change our landscape, it's essential that we remember why we chose this community in the first place. I've also been in Rockwall my entire life, since 1985. The thing I love about McLendon-Chisholm is it feels like Rockwall did in the early 90s. You know, I love this area, and low-density living is a key part of what makes McLendon-Chisholm special. It gives us the space to breathe, to live with a sense of freedom, to preserve the quiet charm that sets us apart from larger cities around us. High-density developments lead to crowded roads, overwhelmed infrastructure, and a loss of small-town feel that we value deeply. Our vision for McLendon-Chisholm is one of balance, where we grow in a thoughtful, substantial way, respecting the land and the people who call this place home. We owe it to ourselves, to our children, to the future generations to ensure we protect what makes our city unique. I've met with Mr. Davis, as well as many of you, and I feel you as councilmen need to speak with Mr. Davis and be clear on what exactly it will take for an approval. I believe they can achieve that. And we can all move forward with development we can all stand behind. Another side note, I've done work and repairs on Perry Homes. They do build very quality homes. I was actually very impressed with a lot of stuff that I saw. I would love these guys to develop next to us. I just think we're close, but we're just not there yet. I hope that we can talk and make an arrangement that works with everybody. You know, and just kind of keep our vision for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Make sure you fill out a form. Bob, you're up next, sir.
Bob Faddick, 1156 Livorno. I moved to McLendon-Chisholm dead in the middle of the second water crisis in July 2023. And we chose McLendon-Chisholm and we chose Sonoma Verde because of the size of the lots. I've lived in high-density homes in Plano. I've lived on acreage in Wiley. I've lived on acreage in Buda, Texas. And when we moved back to North Texas, I chose McLendon-Chisholm and I chose Sonoma Verde because of the size of the lots. I don't think the new development should be changed to support the needs of the developer, for them to have more profits in it. I love our neighborhood. I love the size of the lots. I don't think high-density homes are a part of what Sonoma Verde needs. The roads are in terrible condition, as proved by Edwards, Via Toscana. The drainage is horrible. Yes, it was not they are not the initial developers, and I understand they want to take the bull by the horns and repair things, but in the long and short of it, I think that they need to look at the standard and keep the standard the way it is. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. And one more right there. Yes, ma'am. I got you.
Grant Ashmore, 256 Quail Creek Road in McLendon-Chisholm. First of all, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for being here tonight. Appreciate all you do for our citizens, and thank you for those that are here tonight. I had no intention of speaking tonight. Normally, I'm a prepared speech kind of guy. I like to be ready, but I've heard a lot of things that I thought I needed to throw out there. I've heard a couple good things as well. I appreciate Tony's comments over there. He said some things that I was going to say, so he saved me the time. It is nice to see so many new faces here tonight, many of whom have never even lived in McLendon-Chisholm. Thank you to those that are here for that. I suspect a few of them never even stepped foot in our community before 6:30 this evening to give us some speeches, some of whom have already left after giving their speeches in support of everything. I do respect Tate's family. I respect what you do for our community, the surrounding community of McLendon-Chisholm. That's great. If I was in their position, I can't say I might not be tempted to sell a bunch of land as well, so I feel that. But as an actual resident of our town, many of whom the speakers are not a resident, I have a few concerns with more than doubling Sonoma Verde, so I do express caution that we can, both on the board and both to the builders. I know it's probably inevitable, some of it is, but we can kind of be cautious about it. I'm concerned about infrastructure, as others have already said. They talked about roads, they talked about water, they talked about fire, sewer. What was built 20 years ago, is it ready for doubling that? I'm concerned, and I hope everybody is worried about that as well. It was touted by a young lady over here about school. I've been seeing signs for years over there about a school coming. It's not happening until Rockwall ISD actually wants that. The voters of Rockwall ISD voted down a new schools last November. It's not happening just because they say it wants to happen. So just be cautious about these new schools that are coming. As someone who teaches in Rockwall ISD, I'm not speaking on behalf of the district, but I know some things, and it doesn't always happen that way. And then, lastly, it was mentioned about a comprehensive plan, 50-foot lots, 1 acres or more. That's what the community wants, is 1 acres or more. I realize it's happened already 20 years ago. Some of us have no choice in that. But we don't need to go down to 50-foot lots. This room, if I got a tape measure, I suspect is about 50 foot at most long. Just wanted to put that out there. The people who actually put in that comprehensive plan are the citizens who do live in this town. We gave you that kind of task as a city and to ourselves to hold ourselves to that 1 acre, and this is just more small. And lastly, unlike some of the supporters that you've heard in support of developers, they may be great people, but I'm not getting anything out of being here tonight and speaking to you. Some of them are either selling land, they're trying to sell their houses, or a couple of them, I don't know where they're getting, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. And last is Jody Wright, and then we'll wrap up citizens' comments with Jody as the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Jody Wright, 1513 Barolo Drive, McLendon-Chisholm. Conrad, thank you so much, and a huge welcome to Bev. What an exciting time for our city. My appeal, I didn't have notes prepared, but to speak to you from the heart, because I really do think that this council believes in its residents. You have opened up your heart, your mind, your ears to listen to us, unlike any council that I know I've personally been able to witness. So a huge thank you to that. And as that, I say our team, our city, our residents, we came together for the comprehensive plan. We put a lot of heart, we put a lot of time, we put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, literally, into creating a vision for our city. And I think we've stood here to try to represent what we believe our city needs. We all moved to McLendon-Chisholm for it to remain rural. We know development is coming, but I will tell you, and it is no offense to this particular group of developers, but when developers come in front of our city already disregarding our comprehensive plan, that sends a message to the citizens that they don't respect what we chose as a vision for our city. And so I think to myself, if they disrespect us before they're even here or even continuing to grow, what will that level of respect look like once they're here? And I would ask for you to consider that, because I think we have an opportunity to really stand strong on who we want to be and what we see McLendon-Chisholm being going forward. High density is not what your citizens elected you to represent for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. So that, I was calling Jody as the last speaker. Melody Osorio walked in. Melody, do you want to say anything? Nope. Melody Osorio, do you want to speak? She's not listening. Okay. Well, citizens' comments are closed at 7:58. So we will move into consent agenda, items 10.1 and 10.2. Council, does anyone see any reason to pull any of those items? If not, then I'll accept the motion to move to accept the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Show consent, unanimous. Next up is going to be the 11.1 presentation from the developer. Before we read that, being that citizens' comments were quite long, I'm going to give us a 10-minute recess so that everyone can get checked in, make sure the developer's presentation is set, and Angela has that in order. So it is 8 o'clock. We will come back at 8:10. We are in recess. It is 8:10. It is 8:10. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Angela, if you can read item 11.1, please.
Presentation, discussion, and consider approval of development agreement between TDI GP LLC and the City of McLendon-Chisholm for Sonoma Verde East, Tate Track.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do is, since citizens' comments went quite long to the presenter, are you able to do this in 15 minutes per one, which would give you a total of 30 minutes, or do you need more time? Both together? Okay. That's fine, we'll do that. Angela, go ahead and read 11.2 as well then, and then they'll present together and we'll give the presentation time a total of 30 minutes. Under is fine.
Sorry. 11.2, presentation, discussion, and consider approval of development agreement between TDI GP LLC and the City of McLendon-Chisholm for Sonoma Verde North Sloan Track.
All right, Mr. Davis, you're up, sir. And please, while the presentation is going on, remember rules of decorum are in, so just let the presenter have the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Council. We're very excited to be here tonight. We've enjoyed a great relationship with the city over the past 7 years, and together we have created what I believe is the signature community of McLendon-Chisholm. I've got my partners here tonight with Spencer and Philip and Larry, also our engineers here tonight. That way we can make sure we answer any questions that you guys may have. Our team has been working diligently for the past couple of years to identify issues with the expansion of Sonoma Verde. And I believe we found a plan that balances the necessity for improvements with financial feasibility. The vision of McLendon-Chisholm needs to be protected with smart, appropriate, and manageable growth. Growth that's not overwhelming, but complementary, and I believe that we found that balance. Tonight we'll talk a little bit more detail about the need for infrastructure improvements, upgrading roads, increasing sewer and water capacity, and we'll go over all the benefits to the city and the citizens of Sonoma Verde. I believe there's a real opportunity here to continue the legacy of Sonoma Verde with the addition of Sonoma Verde North and Sonoma Verde East. First, and I'll be brief, a little bit about the history. I was originally entitled back in 2007 by MC 550. They began development in 2014 with the first phase and with the amenity center. TDI, we came in and purchased the remaining phases, 2 through 5, in 2018. And over the past 7 years, we've developed about 689 lots, and there's about 192 remaining homes to be built. The average is about 100 new homes per year, very steady, manageable growth. And we do feel like the new phases will build out in the 8 to 12-year time frame. Over this time, we did introduce some new builders to the community in Highland, Castle Rock, Bloomfield, and Perry. Quality builders, as you know, is crucial to the success of any community, and we have, by far, I believe, some of the best builders in the Metroplex. They have great product design and outstanding customer service, and many of these will follow us into the new phases. It's kind of interesting to think back. In 2018, homes were selling for the high 200s, and now we have homes selling over $1 million in Sonoma Verde. And I think that's a testament to the quality of the builders and the quality of the products that they brought to the market. Another key component to the success of Sonoma Verde is a vibrant lifestyle program. As you've heard, we have chosen CCMC to manage the Homeowners Association. They have decades of experience in managing large master plan communities. We have a full-time property manager and a full-time lifestyle director. And they're in charge of designing programs and events that engage the community and create opportunities for neighbors to get to know neighbors, because that's what community is really all about. Some of the signature lifestyle events that they've had: the Easter egg hunt, Memorial Day social event, Star Spangled and fireworks social event, Fall Festival, Polar Plunge, movie night, it goes on and on. And for those that find parenting a little bit too challenging, the Sonoma SIPS is available once a month. Tonight, really kind of getting to why we're here. There's 2 development agreements before you now. Both of the properties are currently in the ETJ, and we are requesting annexation into the city. This will allow the city to have control and collaboration and ultimately what the community becomes. By annexing, the city will receive approximately $18 million in fees and payments as Sonoma Verde North and Sonoma Verde East develops, and will increase the city's tax revenue to over $1.2 million per year. The city will also have the authority over development standards, building permits, with inspections throughout the process. Development has to be done right, smart, steady, and controlled. Growth is not a burden to the community, but a benefit. We're also requesting a PID that's identical to what's in Sonoma Verde. This will have nothing to do with the existing PID. This will be a brand new PID. PIDs are a great low-cost, tax-exempt financing opportunity, and the debt is entirely secured by the property and the property alone. It's non-recourse to the city. What we have in the development agreement is 2% of the bond proceeds come back to the general fund of the city, and 1% goes into a maintenance fund for roads and drainage throughout Sonoma Verde. First, let's look at Sonoma Verde East. It's bounded by Edwards Road on the north, League Road on the west. It's approximately 147 acres, 27 acres of open space, so about 19%. We will be building about 1.4 miles of trails. There's planned of 455 lots. Lot sizes will be 60 by 120, 70 by 130. They're very similar to Phase 3 of Sonoma Verde, which is right across the road, right across League Road. Those are all 60s, so it's a very compatible product with what's there currently. Homes in there will be starting around 500,000. Sonoma Verde North, this is our larger tract. Significant amount of open space and an NRCS lake. It's about 314 acres, 124 of open space. That's almost 40%. We'll be building about 3 miles of trails throughout the community. Lot count is about 775. Those will consist of 50s, 60s, and 65. Just as a note, the 50s will only be on the east side bordering the River Rock development. This will make a necessary transition between Sonoma Verde and the county development. And with overall 300 acres of open space inside of all of Sonoma Verde, I think helps preserve that country feel. One of the ideas that we've been working on, including in Sonoma Verde North, is the age restricted. And we are incredibly honored that Del Webb has expressed an interest in Sonoma Verde and calling McLendon-Chisholm its next home. It's not a completely done deal yet, but we're excited about the possibility. So much so that we've asked Mike with Del Webb just to say a few words about the community. So Mike?
Good evening, thank you. My name is Mike Goes. I'm with Del Webb. I've been with the company almost 22 years. I'd like just to give you kind of a high-level overview of what Del Webb is, the communities, and kind of our history, not nationally, but even here locally in the DFW area. So for those unfamiliar with Del Webb, it is an age-restricted master plan community developer, age-restricted of 55 and over. We've been in business since 1960. We built the first Del Webb in Arizona. Currently, we're building in 20 states and over 60 metropolitan areas. This just kind of shows our widespread national footprint. We pioneered the concept of it, and we've been doing it successfully throughout the country for many, many years. I think I hit a lot of these points here. Currently in the DFW area, we've had about 19 years of history. We've built and completed 3 55 and over Del Webb communities. We grand opened our 4th community in Salina late last year. And we've done a lot of market research over the last several years. This is a very underserved market for the 55 and over. And our research was showing not only underserved across the whole Metroplex, but quadrants of the area that would really make sense for this demographic to have a community like this. And that's why we've come to this area, and we've wanted to partner up this opportunity with an existing master plan, a lot of the same things that Stephen just showed with the lifestyle events and a lot of the stuff geared towards the family. This is a Del Webb concept that it's a lifestyle community for those 55 and over. You'll see, and I've got some photos, some amenities that we've done. These are heavily amenitized. We have an on-site full-time lifestyle director at our communities, HOA on-site staff that runs it, hundreds of clubs and activities that really build that sense of community that our residents are looking for. So our first community we built was Frisco Lakes. That was just our entry monumentation. If you can go back one more, I think. Just to give you an example of some of our, I'm sorry, this next one. Right here is an example of amenity complex. We built this with about a 560 unit Del Webb community in McKinney as part of an overall master plan called Trinity Falls. You can see resort pools, fitness centers, extensive walking trails, common areas for gathering, pickleball, fitness, a lot of those things. Similar concept at a neighborhood we did in part of the Union Park master plan community in Aubrey. We had a Del Webb separate neighborhood, about 575 or so lots, and this is an amenity that we put in place there. Just this example of some of the houses that we're looking at. I've heard a lot of talk, about the density in smaller lots. It's twofold. There's clearly an economic part to it, but it's what our residents are looking for. They're at a point where retired, they're downsizing, they want a nice house, they don't want the upkeep. We've typically, our Del Webbs across the country and here in DFW, we've had 3 lot sizes, 40s, 50s, and 65s. We've actually opted to not go with the smaller 40s here. Believe it or not, a lot of municipalities didn't want it, and they saw what Del Webb was, and we've got that approved in places like Frisco and Salina and McKinney. Again, here we would look at the 50s and the 65s. These are one-story homes, and again, small lots don't mean cheap. We've typically been a top-performing selling effort with a master plan, and they come at a premium, quite frankly, for the size of the home and the size of the lot. So very high quality. We think it blends very well with what Sonoma Verde has done in their current community and what this city deserves. So just high level, there's lighter impact on streets, water, wastewater. You're talking about a 1.5 average per household house count. There's less traffic. The majority are retired, not traveling the roads at peak hours when typically commuters were. You've got a great tax base contributing to the taxes in the schools, but no kids live in the community, so there's no impact on the school district. We find that a lot of the residents, they want to be active and involved in the community, and they're volunteering. They have disposable income. They spend locally. They spend their time here within the community. So it's attracting it's something unique that I think a lot of municipalities don't have. When a lot of the neighborhoods cater to the growing families and the move up, there's always that need for, well, what about the downsize from the 55 and over? And I believe we put a very good product and community here that we'd really like to be part of. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. As you can see, the quality of Del Webb and the experience that they bring, I think it's certainly an underserved, I think, aspect in this part of Rockwall County. Another thing that we're very excited about in the expansion of Sonoma Verde North and East is the addition of amenities. And these are some of our amenity inspirations, and they were gathered back from residents and through a few surveys that we've done. We're looking at doing a large pool complex, the potential of a lazy river, climate-controlled clubhouse that will really become the focal point, playground, outdoor pavilions, yard games, multi-purpose lawn areas, miles of hike and bike trails, ample open space, and opportunities for enhanced landscaping around the frontage roads such as Edwards and League. One of the ideas we have here, you can see the clubhouse with the lazy river. This one has kind of more open space, lawn activities, and trail connectivities. and another one's coming. There it is. This one we're kind of excited about, really the kind of the focal of our vision of having some sort of the lazy river, the pool component, along with the clubhouse, lots of sun tanning decks and that kind of thing. So we're very excited about the opportunities for some of these open spaces and these amenities. And as we get a little bit closer, we will be forming an advisory committee for the amenities. That way we will have ample input from the residents of Sonoma Verde to make sure that what we are providing isn't for us. What we're providing is for the citizens of Sonoma Verde. That's a little slow. Perfect. A big part of the amenity package is the development of the additional trails. The Rockwall County Open Space Alliance did a series of surveys to formulate a plan to help develop and improve green spaces throughout Rockwall County. And as you can see through the green circles here, these are areas that were identified in this study, which creates lots of opportunities with Sonoma Verde being right in the middle of it to have that connectivity. Through these surveys, they came up with some recommendations for developers. The green infrastructure or the trails, preserve natural habitat, create those connections between rural resources, expand recreational opportunities, preserve quality of stormwater corridors, and the stability of water quality. We have worked with our engineers and our landscape architects to identify and include as many of these components as we could in our community. We have over 300 acres of open space, and this supplies ample opportunities to do that. This is how we will capture and honor that rural country feel that I know is so important to McLendon-Chisholm. And, back for 1 second, I did want to point out that on the very northern side of the project is the NRCS Lake, and the trail system will wind through Sonoma Verde all the way down to the business district at 205, which really truly creates a walkable community. Improvements and benefits. You know, this is really where the rubber hits the road as far as the development agreement goes. First and foremost is infrastructure, and this cannot be overstated. As we've heard many times tonight, and we're all painfully aware of the deterioration over time of Edwards Road, and it needs a permanent solution. We are finishing up the patching work that the mayor had expressed earlier. Should be open either tomorrow or I believe Friday at the latest, but again, we need something permanent. So in our phase one, we propose to replace Edwards Road from Sonoma Verde North all the way to League Road with a 24-foot concrete curb and gutter to help solve that problem. We'll also replace League Road from Edwards to Via Toscana. And this all should be completed by the end of the year. We're also going to upgrade the sewer system from Sonoma Verde all the way to the Buffalo Creek Intercept and provide that additional capacity to the city. The system has been in there for a long time, so I think these upgrades are necessary as the city does grow and the business district becomes a reality. And on the water. Currently, Sonoma Verde North is in the Blackland CCN and Sonoma Verde East is in RCH, and we're working with both companies to make sure that we bring adequate water to these new sections. No water is coming from existing capacity to serve these new sections. There will not be any negative impact to the current water availability. In fact, what we're doing may actually end up helping. Another benefit, certainly from the financial, and I think we've touched on this, is the city revenues during construction of approximately $18 million through PIDs, fees, and permits. Increase the tax base overall to about $21 million a year, 1.2 to the city, 3.7 to the county, and about $16 million to the school. These taxes will help provide stability, keep the tax rates low for the city of McLendon-Chisholm, and help fund those city services, such as additional roads, parks, trails, maybe economic incentives for commercial development. Because with increased rooftops, increased commercial development to diversify the city's revenue. And the last benefit is what we've talked about already, is the amenities for the residents of Sonoma Verde with the clubhouse, the pool, and the playgrounds. A little bit about the development agreement. They're both very, very similar. They outline the infrastructure improvements that we've discussed in Exhibit I, outline the trail system in Exhibit H. It will be governed by the original Sonoma Verde design requirements, so it'll have a very similar look and feel of the home designs. It addresses the PID creation, the 2% to the city for the general fund and the 1% for the maintenance fund, and provide for the city fees, inspections, building, sewer, and the roadway recovery fee. It also has the engineering standards that we will abide by that are similar to what we've done in Sonoma Verde, the subdivision standards, and attached also is the complete sewer study from Freeman Milliken detailing the sewer improvements to Buffalo Creek Intercept. Again, we're excited to be here tonight to present these two projects. We know there are challenges to any new development, but we feel we have addressed the concerns of further growth. It is important to remember that this proposal is very comparable to the existing Sonoma Verde. But in this part of the city, with the proposed development next door in River Rock, there is a necessity for a transition. That is the ask for the 50 foots. Isolated next to River Rock, this creates a very narrow and unique application that should be the exception and not the rule. And this is the area that will be our age-targeted or age-restricted area. So again, it is for a very unique, a very specific, and I believe a very necessary growth use. We've also made significant efforts to provide and protect as much open space as possible to help preserve a little of that country feel. And I'll end with this. The necessity for some density is both financial and transitional. And I think the consideration is the overwhelming benefits to the city and to the residents of Sonoma Verde. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. We usually start down the line, so Councilmember Easter.
Thank you for your time over here, Mr. Davis, and your team. I know that you've been working hard on this. I've met with you a couple times, and you've been very helpful in answering the questions that I have. And through this presentation and based upon some of the questions and issues raised by the folks here, I just want to make sure that I understand a little bit about what you're doing and the numbers of homes and so forth. And I'd like to break this up into a couple areas and focus initially on this 55 and older, since that's the 50-foot lots, and that seems to be where there's a lot of controversy or differences of opinion, however you want to characterize it. How many are actually lots that you're contemplating to be 50-foot lots?
Currently, no more than 375.
And with those lots, you and I have talked a little bit about it, but I want to make sure that my understanding is still correct. What protections are there to assure that this 55 and over community that you're developing is going to remain? Such as, are there going to be deed restrictions?
Yes, the property will be deed restricted in that section where the 50-foot lots will be the 50s and the 65s.
And are there going to be any sort of prohibitions on non-owner occupied homes, such that we don't turn this place into a convalescent hospital where you have a bunch of people buying these things and renting them out?
Yes, in fact, we're looking at overhauling the overall Sonoma Verde CCNRs to address that exact issue, that we would limit the rentals.
Okay. And I believe it was Mr. Goes, is that? Yeah, you mentioned that this deal isn't done quite yet. Is there any reason why that is, and if there is, what would be the anticipated timeline that might be completed?
We're in the middle of due diligence right now. We've run our financial models, and it's just we're in due diligence time frame right now.
And I'm not that familiar with due diligence in this context. It's just assuring that you can make these economically feasible based upon a bunch of market conditions in this local area.
That's correct. And we seek corporate approval to our
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I'm
get
sorry.
that long.
Yeah, we're in due diligence, so we're analyzing just the economics of the deal, dialing in just different costs, our amenity packaging. We've done site validation and focus groups. It's a long process to seek the corporate approval. So we're in the middle of that right now.
And based upon the analysis being performed, is there a possibility that there might be some changes that arise from what you've learned through the due diligence process?
To this point, no, we're confident in the plan that we're pursuing right now.
And going back again to the timeline, when do you anticipate this deal being finalized?
I believe we have till the middle of April.
That's right.
Okay. And let's continue. And I'm a little bit confused about the necessity for transition. It's just, is that going to be along that entire border, or why do we need the transition?
Yeah, I think in just kind of normal urban and/or suburban development, when you look at transition between different uses, Sonoma Verde with a little bit larger lots, with River Rock, which potentially will be 40s and 50-foot lots, some transition I think is highly necessary, just for the compatibility of the two uses.
Okay, and then going back through the agreements, there was some fees that were going to be paid, I guess, between the city, or, from you guys to the city. There's like on Sonoma East, or Sloan, I get these things kind of confused. There was a $2,000 fee for a single family and a $1,800 fee for a sewer tap. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, the fees kind of break out like this. The sewer fee for every building permit is $3,000 in both. The roadway capital improvement recovery fee in Sonoma Verde North is $3,000 that would be paid at building permit, and for East was $2,000. And that's based on the amount of money that we're spending on doing the road repairs and upgrades to a lot of that. That's the reason for the difference between the 2,000 and the 3,000. So those are, and then of course the building permit fees, review fees, inspection fees, and then the PID is about $2.2 million.
Okay, and again, I want to say thank you for, giving us this presentation and working with everybody here.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
One of the questions I had is that, and I'm not sure where these numbers came from. I think we approved an impact fee for a single-family home of someplace around $8,000. How long ago was that? A couple of months ago. And I'm just wondering how we came from $8,000 down to $2,000 and $3,000. I wasn't involved with that. I'm just curious.
Sure. Where that directly came from was we took the 8422, which I believe was the impact fee, and we looked at what it was going to cost us to do, because those impact fees, you do get abatements for constructing those off-site roads. So we did the calculation of what that abatement would be, and that's where that 3,000 came up with and the 2,000. So that's based on the contribution for what we're doing on Edwards Road and Leak Road.
And these are numbers that you came up with, or?
Came from our engineers, correct. And we'll be happy to provide those for you.
Okay. And when were those provided? I mean, I just haven't seen all this. This is kind of new to me.
So we would be happy to provide all of those engineering backup numbers for you.
And let's see if I got any more on this. I'm fine for now. I think others may have some questions on this. Thank you so much. And both of you, I really appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, Councilmember Easter, if there's other questions later, we'll definitely make sure you get anything answered from going down the line. Councilmember McLendon.
Thank you for meeting with myself and the city administrator last month. You answered all of my questions then.
Thank you.
Waiting to be recognized.
Councilmember Brewer.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. It looks nice. Okay. I'll
Thank
tell
you.
That. I was looking through the developer agreements, and I had some questions regarding, like, there's changes to our subdivision regulations. And talking with staff, that didn't come from staff. So, like, a change from a 7-inch thickness of concrete pavement to 6 inches, that kind of thing. Did you visit with staff at all to talk about any of these changes you want in our regulations?
We did. We spent extensive time with W. Freight, the city engineer, on all of those. And what we did was, those are the basic subdivision or engineering standards that we're using currently in Sonoma Verde.
Okay. But those, okay, and those were based on, I guess, when the development started in 2007, are those agreements, those standards? Or
2018 are the ones that we're using from when we purchased the property.
Okay.
Again, if there's some of those that Dub would like to see different, we're happy to review any of those, absolutely.
Yeah, because there were some other areas where you were decreasing the width of the streets.
There's a reason for that.
Okay.
I'd be happy to explain.
Yes, please.
The 60-foot right-of-way, you put the franchise utilities inside the right-of-way. With the 50-foot right-of-way, you have a 10-foot easement and you put the facilities outside. So the streetscape, the street width, and the functionality is exactly the same. So there's really not a significant difference. It's whether it's in a private easement or a public utility easement or in the city's right-of-way. So to be for consistency's sake, it makes all the sense in the world just to keep it at the 50 and have the 10-foot. That's why we develop 99% of all of our communities.
I had a list of questions, and a lot of them have already been asked, so give me a second to
No worries.
check something. Is that the same reasoning for, like, the reduction in the size of the turnarounds and that kind of thing?
It is consistency and normal standard. We do that in all of our subdivisions.
Okay. And then
Again, if some of those need to be tweaked, those aren't real significant sticking points for us.
Okay. My concern with the overall street width is, because I came from a city where they had allowed a development where the street width was to the point when people parked their cars, if a fire truck had to get through, it was very dicey. And in fact, one house burned because the fire truck couldn't get to it because everybody was parked in the street. So I just want to make sure that the streets are going to be wide enough if somebody parks a street or parks a car on either side, that the fire truck can get through.
Sure. Streets used to be 27 foot back to back. Now they're 31 to accommodate just what you're talking about.
Okay. I noticed there was some verbiage about lots near a major, I guess, a water course, and it talked about the finished elevation, and it was reduced from 2 feet above to 1 foot. Can you explain that?
Craig Mallon with Kimley Warren Engineers, make sure I don't pull the microphone out. That's I think you're in the section with the floodplain and the minimum finished floors, yeah. Typically, we see that 1 foot above. It's just saying when they build a house, where's their minimum finished floor? That's pretty standard. It had 2 feet in there. Again, a lot of the stuff that's in the engineering standards that you're referring to, there are some discrepancies because you have an engineering manual and you have subdivision ordinance, and there were some differences between the two. So kind of, as Stephen mentioned, we looked at it from the lens of what's consistent between the two and what's consistent throughout DFW and the standards. So that's kind of what we went to. As Stephen mentioned, if we need to go to 2 feet, we could. We just put what's typical and what we normally see.
Did you view the 2 foot standard as too restrictive?
Yeah, just again, it's above normal. Again, we could do that. I mean, I don't think we would have any heartburn about that. We just did what is a pretty standard requirement.
Okay. One of the other things that kind of gave me a little heartache was in the entry, or the beginning of the document, the whereas part of it, whereas the city the city says that basically said whereas the city agrees that it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, in that it refers to the section that allows for being able to deviating.
I resent that.
Okay, where it says basically to deviate from the rest of the comprehensive plan. To me, that's just saying, I call it the escape clause, and to me, that's not being in conformance of the comprehensive plan. In my view, that's just saying we're not going to follow anything that the comprehensive plan said. That being said, is there anything in the comprehensive plan that you could point to that would be relative to what you're presenting today?
Yes, I don't have it memorized, but
Sure.
There is a section in the comp plan that talks about the necessity for large tracts of land that are in the ETJ. How does the city work with a developer or a large landowner to bring that into the city? Because typically there's not city services. Same that we have here. We're having to upgrade the water, the sewer, and the roads. So in light of having the benefits of bringing it in, it does allow, and it very specifically talks about lot size as being one of those conditions to be acceptable to bring into the city. And I've got it right over there if you want me to pull it exact out for you, but that's the gist of it.
Okay, I was just wondering how you compared it to.
And I'll carefully say this very carefully, but there's been some ETJ comp plan issues, as you guys know, in this particular part of the world, and we just didn't want to get caught up in something that doesn't seem to be relevant here in this ask.
Okay. The other thing in the agreement was talking about that we as a city would reserve capacity for you to tap into the sewage system, connect down into Brushy Creek. Do we have anything to say from the folks that run that area that there is excess capacity available with the improvements that you are proposing?
Yes, I'll start and Conrad can jump in. Currently, the city has a contract with the city of Rockwall for 17,000 units. We're nowhere near that now. What we were just asking is, as we do this development, we were proposing another 1,230 lots that of the 17,000 units that the city's allowed, that you would just reserve those 1,230 for us as we do those additional improvements. I do think in the process we would request that the city go back and inform Rockwall of exactly this development, what we're doing, and that agreement as well.
And this may be a city thing, but I was wondering if you or had done any like traffic studies as a result of this development.
Not direct traffic studies. We relied a lot on the CIP traffic study that was done. But we haven't done any additional traffic studies.
Okay.
And I would say on that we're happy to look at those, because we do believe, and I believe we've talked about this on numerous occasions, that Edwards Road, as it makes the big 90 and the big 90, that I think it needs to be straightened out somewhat and connected over to 550 concrete. And we've offered this up, that we will help in any way we can to allow that to happen as well.
Okay. Do you think that well, obviously you don't because you're presenting it, but in my mind, when you're talking about, we already have close to 1,100 homes that'll be built out already in the current development, right? Like
Yes.
1,000, whatever. And now we're talking about essentially doubling the size of Sonoma Verde with this. Is there a concern that maybe we're diminishing the initial uniqueness of Sonoma, the original Sonoma Verde?
I truly don't. I think we're enhancing it. I think by what we're doing, it'll be a diversity of maybe some builders of lot types, of lot products, increase the amenities that can be shared by all the residents in Sonoma Verde. So I think the thing to remember is the number gets stuck out there of 1,230, and we agree. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but this is over the next 10 to 12 years. So slow and steady. We have a track record in Sonoma Verde of around 100 homes a year. That is very manageable for any city. There are other communities out there, and I'm just telling you, River Rock next door, they're going to put 500 lots on the ground up front, and that's perfectly fine with them. That's not the way we develop. That's not the way we build, and those aren't the builders that we have. Slow and steady over a long period of time, plenty of time for some of the other issues from infrastructure to catch up with the development and be taken care of during that period of time.
And on the 50-foot lots, where they're positioned and everything, had you thought about maybe instead of having so many of those, moving like some of your amenity centers and stuff towards that to become more of the buffer with D.R. Horton? I know it can't be all of it, but
I think land planning where we have the, I just kind of had a poster up here to kind of show you, the amenity center is very strategically located. It's very central in the Sonoma Verde North. And it's right along the big drainway. And so they'll have access to the trails that go to the NRCS Lake, access to the trails that go all the way down to 205. So it's very strategically placed there. But I don't think that couple of acres or so acres that we have there would make much of a buffer if you put it way, way on the other side. I think from a land planning perspective, having that centrally located, I think, is very important.
I'm just going to say that I'm hesitant about the development, mainly from a standpoint that the changes, although they may be minor, they may not be, but there were changes done to our regulations, and I get you talked to some of our contractors, but it just seems like we're trying to improve our standards, and what was being marked out and all that is kind of going backwards. So I'll just say that, and I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for all that you've done, you and your team, and then beyond that, the number of meetings we've had, conversations we've had, always very pleasant. You've attempted to answer all the questions that we presented to you at that time, and so I do appreciate that. There's a lot to consume here. We just got this DA agreement last week, last Friday, and so I poured over it over the weekend and still have some questions about it, and I think that I'll have more into the future, so I'm not really anticipating a yay or a nay, but that's my own tonight, but that's my own opinion. And then I've gotten correspondence, and I think we'll get more correspondence from the citizens after tonight's conversations. So I'll be waiting for that. And I have received some, and I'll start out with some of the questions that they themselves asked of me to ask for them. And one of those is a cap on the on rentals. You had mentioned that.
Yes.
I don't know what the current is over in Sonoma Verde. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't see that the DA agreement. So I'm wondering, I would like that kind of solidified and approved prior to any approval of this agreement. Do you have any comments on that?
Typically, those are handled through the CC&Rs and through the HOA and administered that way. However, if we'd like to put it in the development agreement, we could find something that is appropriate that you guys would be comfortable with.
I think it's a point that needs to be negotiated, looked at, and conversed over. So I think it's important.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. And then
he just told me it's currently no more than 5%.
Okay.
Can be rentals in any given community.
Okay, and that's a number that I've seen, but if we can bring that down, there's been some call for maybe even decreasing that. That's just an open conversation that we can have.
We'll look at the legality of that, but we don't want rentals either. We're on the same page, 100%.
Okay.
Not that there aren't some situations that I think are appropriate to have that, that's kind of the reason for the 5%.
Okay.
But we can negotiate something that everybody will be happy with.
Okay, great. On the 55 and plus development, I mean, that, I was very much intrigued by that initially. I mean, if you remember the comment I think I made when that came up in discussion during one of our meetings. And so I'm happy to see that Del Webb is a participant in that. The question I had on that was, are you going to be able to do what you have done in other communities at the 375 lot number? Because the other two communities you mentioned up north, I believe they're both up north, were 550. And so are you going to be able, is there going to be a modification you anticipate perhaps in increasing this number? Because that's what I anticipate. And if these are 50-foot lots, I think that the greater, you're going to keep the 50-foot lots to 375. I'm thinking that that's probably going to be increased as well.
No, actually, there's 65-foot lots that are in the active adult 55
Okay.
over as well. That's unaccounted for.
Okay.
So this would be similar to the size projects that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so the 55 isn't limited to.
It's 50s and 65-foot lots.
Okay.
Correct. It offers us two different product lines. So we're
Gotcha.
offering two of our typical three. Like I mentioned earlier, we're not seeking the 40-foot lots, which you find in all those others. So we're actually.
That would be a little bit problematic, but I appreciate the clarification. Yeah, great.
Sure.
That's great. I had some questions on, so you're saying that by mid-April, early May, you're going to have probably a commitment on Del Webb. Prior to that, you might have like a memorandum of understanding prior to that you could bring to council if you think that you're 5% away from an actual contract agreement. If
Certainly,
it
as soon as
develops
we-
early,
as soon
because
as we
I
know
think
something, we
this
will.
could be delayed for a period of time in terms of an approval. And I would like to accelerate a yay or nay on the development altogether.
Is the delay based on the having the 55, the age restricted in there?
I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting that at all. I think any delay might be just in incorporating more feedback from the citizens themselves and seeing what they feel about this kind of community that's about to be developed adjacent to them, many of the residents. So just to get a register more of citizens' understanding of what's in front of them in the future.
Okay.
I think that would be the only consideration from my standpoint of the delay. I want to feel more comfortable with a vote for or against this. On the tap fees, I'm really concerned about the tap fees because for each home that's built, there's a $3,000 tap fee that the city brings in for revenue. Can you explain why we would be literally kicking back $1,800 to the developer on this? I mean, does that make sense? For each house built, it's $3,000. The city gets $3,000, but we have to give back $1,800 to you guys.
Understood. Yeah, it's part of the whole overall economic package. A lot of the sewer upgrades that we're doing benefit the city above and beyond just our development. It's also the same way with the roads where there's cost share in those roads through the impact fees. It's the same with the sewer impact fee. That's currently, and the reason we kept it in there that way, that's currently the way it is in Sonoma Verde. Today they get $3,000 at building permit, and then $1,800 comes back to us for the sewer upgrades that were done.
Okay, that clarifies a bit on that. Now, clarify for me as well the comparative where we had our impact fees at $84.22.
Correct.
We had decided upon that.
Yes.
And it had been substantially reduced to, what am I thinking? $2,000?
$2,000 to
So there's a
yes, sir.
$6,400 differential on that?
Yeah.
Help me out with that explanation, because that would be revenue that would be coming into the city. So are we effectively the city paying for all these road repairs or all this road construction in its entirety?
What the CIP does is it identifies all of the roads in the city that need either repair or replace and puts a value with those. Okay. And inside the CIP, it gives a mechanism for those other than the city of how that cost share is. So it's $8,400, but if you come in and say, okay, I'm gonna go spend $5 million building roads, you take that $5 million, you spread that over the number of lots, and so that's your rebate. So there's two ways we can do this. One is, well, the way we've done it. We've done the math on it, so we just put it as a roadway recovery fee, which is the net between the $8,400 and then the city's portion or cost share of the roads. The other way to do it is the way it's described in the CIP, is it is a whole nother process. Exactly the same, you just have to come and go through another process. So that's the only difference there. I think the net dollar amount to the city and the cost share for us would remain roughly the same.
Okay. If you do have numbers on that, I certainly would like to see those
We'll
numbers.
send you, yes, our
So
engineer's estimates of what that would cost.
I could digest that a little bit more.
You bet.
So.
Absolutely.
The other point was on the streets themselves, and you have diagrams that detail out the construction with a 6-inch, I think a 6-inch base, line base, and then you have, and this is for local streets, and then for the collector streets, and for Edwards as well. I think that's also a collector. I've spoken to Doug Dufreight, our engineer, and there's definitely a difference of opinion on the larger streets, which is the collectors, I suppose, that may be League and Edwards, in terms of the thickness on the top surface. You're saying that you want to do a 6-inch, and my communication with Dub, a recent communication this morning, as a matter of fact, he returned, and he wants an 8-inch, or he suggested an 8-inch. Have you had this conversation with him in the past, or you feel perhaps that a 6-inch is going to be sufficient? I've got an 8-inch.
It is 8 on Edwards.
If it's 8-inch on Edwards, am I seeing this incorrectly?
Yeah.
It's on the second page.
Second page.
Did it say 8-inch there?
Yeah, that's a collector street. It's going to get a lot more traffic on it, so it is 8-inch.
That looks like a 6.
The collector is 6, the arterial
Yeah,
is 8.
Edwards and League
Did
are
that look
8.
like a 6?
If you look on, there's 3 sections. There's 2 on one page, and then the next page has Edwards and League.
I have Edwards and League, and I'm telling you, this looks like a 6 to me. And I might.
We can certainly get that corrected.
Here's our copy right here. It's 8-inch for Edwards and League. That's the exhibit.
And why am I looking? Okay.
That's a 6-inch crown, just saying how high the curve is. Yeah, so but it's an 8-inch.
So my misread.
Yeah, that's all right. No worries.
Feel bad about it. Okay.
I'm glad we had a good answer for you.
Yeah, I'm glad, because I was very concerned about that, because
I would
the
be
amount
too.
of traffic. I actually went down League today, and there were some heavy trucks moving up and down that road, so I'm very concerned about that.
Just to add on that real quick, just to address some of the other concerns, we did have lots of dialogue back and forth with Dub on all these changes that were made.
Okay.
So those have been vetted through your city engineer, and so he's looked at a lot of that. And we had a lot of that conversation, so that's when you said that, I was like, no, I'm pretty sure we put 8 on that, so
That's what he reported to me. I was not seeing that clearly, and one of my complaints over the past 4 years is the size of some of the pictures, and so bad readers and whatever else I have as an excuse. At what point will you be considering annexing the properties into the city?
The way it's expressed in the development agreement right now is it will be annexed phase by phase. As a phase comes in, we'll bring to you guys the preliminary plat, annexation, the service and assessment plan for the PID, and then levy the taxes. So and the reason we do that is just phase by phase, because otherwise you put a PID and levy taxes on the entire property that may not be built for 5 or 6 years. I mean, it'll economically just doesn't make any sense.
And what was the period of construction for north and east? Was it over an 8 or 10-year period?
10 to 12. 8 would be accelerated drastically, but we think 10 to 12 for both sections to be built out. Again, we'd love for it to be sooner, but that's just historically the way Sonoma Verde has developed, about 100 lots a year.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Day, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for making this presentation. It's very interesting, and I got to meet you. I've had a single meeting with you back in November. Shook hands a couple of times here in the hallway, that kind of thing. But I met with you with one of my colleagues. I actually don't recall which one I was with that day. The short guy. The short. The other short guy. That's funny. I wasn't expecting that. It was interesting to kind of see some of the things that you're putting in there, and not to kind of rehash a lot of stuff these guys are talking about. So, and I'm not going to, but since this kind of came onto the agenda on Friday, I received a lot. My phone started blowing up. I'm sure everybody else's phone was blowing up, or emails, or whatever it was that they were getting. Different concerns, different things they liked, and different things they didn't. And I wanted to share with you kind of a sense of one of the concerns, but also what they liked, so that you kind of know what people were kind of thinking, and maybe that's going to evolve based upon what I'm seeing here. But I'll start off with what they liked. Okay, we'll start off positive here.
Thank you.
They really liked the idea of the open spaces and the green space, in particular what you were proposing in North Sonoma Verde. I always call it Sloan's, but they call it North. They like that. They really like the trails. I love the trails. You know that. I mean, everybody in town knows I love trails. And nobody has ever said, by the way, we don't want those trails. Everybody loves the idea. So that's a great innovation that you brought to the table. Again, we didn't go to you. You came to us with this. They really are, they're excited about some of the road improvements. There would be a new water provider, especially in the north, would be Blackland. That would be a new water provider to the city. They're excited about some of the sewer improvements, but in particular, what really, nobody complained about at all was the 55 and over. They like that, the active living thing. My mom lives in one of these. She lives in Southern California. The reason why these lots tend to be small is because when you're retired, it's difficult. My mom is single. She doesn't have anybody to help her do the yard work. She's on a fixed income. So I totally understand exactly how these communities work and how they operate. So those were things that people really liked and were excited about. I in particular am very excited about the concept of a 55 and over senior living, active living area. These are people that tend to be very wealthy. They don't tend to do a lot of crime. They don't require education services. If anything, they're usually teaching, or they're running classes themselves. So, and they're very active in the community. And most people don't say, "Hey, we have too many people that are over 55 in this community. We need to get them out." It's people usually welcome this, and they're wealthy, and they're generally speaking relatively wealthy. So that's the pros that it kept coming along, and nobody seemed to be complaining about it when they were coming up to the podium. If anybody has a concern about any of those issues, please email me, and I'll make some corrections. The concerns are, you've heard them, but I just want to kind of summarize them really quickly. The concerns of density is like always kind of coming up all the time. We had a previous developer that's actually developing right out over here who did a lot of high density, or was proposing high density stuff, and we had to pull him back, and he made some corrections to it, and then the public liked it. So they were reasonable about it. So those are things that I think people are bringing up. The traffic concerns, we don't really have a traffic plan. The roads are kind of one of those things that are kind of up in the air, and that's been talked about by the others, so I don't want to waste my time. I'm always worried about drainage, because that usually tends to be a major long-term concern for communities, because you get pooling of water, settlement, things like this, and people think, oh, drainage, but it could be a multi-million-dollar problem that could plague communities for decades. And sometimes the way that we solve this or resolve this is through storm drain infrastructure or something like this, rather than just have, what do you guys call it, Lake Laverno? Is that what you guys call it? But that can be resolved through storm drain systems and stuff like this relatively quickly. Now, it's not cheap. I understand that, but those are just kind of concerns that people have that I've talked to other folks about. Of course, in the east, Sonoma Verde East, one of the big concerns is if you have a large number of families living there, they require educational infrastructure. And as we had a teacher come in here before, and I speak to many of the people at Rockwell ISD. In fact, I had lunch with the trustee about a month ago. we're working really hard. I know I'm working really hard to try to figure out what's going on. And as we all know, the state is going through a different paradigm shift in how it's going to fund schools and what that's going to look like. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern to see what that looks like and how that's going to manifest for a school for us. But I still have my pulse on it, and even if I'm not on council in the future, I'm still hoping to do what I can for the community to get a school in. So this is a big deal. But we don't currently have a school, so that means the nearest schools that people are going to be attending are going to be all the way out in, what is that, down 205 by the fire station down there? I can't remember what that is, over in Rockwell. What's that? Springer, thank you. Thank you for elementary school, Kane, and then of course, Rockwell Heath. And then of course there's the concerns of public safety, that when you have a large number of people living relatively close together, usually you need an increased police presence, fire presence. And of course, if you have a large number of people that are over a certain age, you need emergency services for them as well. I'm getting pretty close to that myself. So, you know, if you get an ambulance ride, you don't want it to be a 30-minute ambulance ride. So those are the kinds of things that are being brought up. So I wanted to kind of give you that compare and contrast. The one question that I don't really feel like I have a firm answer on, I have a maximum 375 of the 50-foot lots. Is that 50 and 65? Or
No,
just 50?
that's just the 50s. In that section, though, there will be 50s and 65s. There'll be a mix of that.
And of those 50s and 65s you were talking about, that would be your 55 and over living area?
That is correct.
So if it is a 50 or a 65, it is automatically a 55 and over. Is that a proper assumption for me to make?
I think on the other sections, they can do 60s or above, so maybe another section they do 65s as opposed to 60, so I wouldn't say every 65 would be. But yes, in that section there, they would be exclusively 50s and 65s for the 55 and older.
And in terms of flexibility, in terms of, I mean, obviously you're requesting this, but in terms of flexibility or during your conversations internally, was there any discussion about maybe extending that 55 and over to Sonoma Verde East as well? Or is it exclusive to Sonoma Verde North?
Number of lots is around that 550, 560, so it's just exclusive to Sonoma Verde North.
North, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Does anybody have any follow-up?
Regrettably. It's only two of them. And I've only got one for Mr. Davis over here. Is this contract with Del Webb, is it contingent in any way upon the city's approval of a development agreement, or are those two independent events?
Oh, it's absolutely dependent on it, yes. I mean, the development agreement, we can't move forward with a development, so if we don't have the development agreement, then Del Webb would not go here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that makes sense.
Yes.
And then I actually have a question for Mr. Holla, who's looking down over here. With respect to these deed restrictions that we're talking about, is there any possibility that they may not be enforceable? For example, it may be against some sort of public policy like racial or ethnic covenants, that could somebody challenge this and say that I want one of these homes and I'm being excluded inappropriately?
Somebody can always challenge. The question is, how viable somebody can always challenge something. The question is how viable the challenge is. So what are you looking at on deed restrictions page?
This is a theoretical question because I know that there's concerns about, well, it might be 55 and older now, but in the future, how do we assure those residents that it's going to remain in this sort of 55 and older community? And, you know, we've got a built-in suspenders approach to this thing. There's going to be an HOA, presumably. There's going to be deed restrictions. And my question is can those deed restrictions be set aside?
Not by us. I mean,
no, but I mean, as far as someone challenging it and being able to assure the public that those deed restrictions are going to be enforceable in perpetuity.
I mean, that's not really an issue for us. I mean, we don't, if we've approved an agreement and the deed restrictions are part of that agreement, and they're not doing what they need to do in terms of the deed restriction, that's not a breach of the agreement. That would be whoever they sell the property to. For example, if they do discriminate illegally and improperly, then that would be whoever was the buyer that was discriminated against, the injured party, they would want to bring it. And it's not really anything wrong with the deed restrictions. It would be as applied to those people. So there's a difference when you've got something that's a problem on its face. That's two differences in constitutional law. On its face versus as applied. So you can have hey, you know what, we got the stop sign, but we only stop a certain group of people. Well, okay, there's nothing wrong with having a stop sign in an intersection. But when you're picking and choosing which people to apply it to, that's the difference. Now, if we said, hey, all stop signs, the stop sign only applies to short people, well, you and Mayor Pro Tem are going to get a little upset. Okay, so we're picking and choosing now discrimination, and that's what the law says. So that's on its face. So that's how that would play out.
No, that this is helpful. I just want to make sure that the public knows that even with these deed restrictions, the city has very limited ability to affect any of it, and that I think that they're trying to put in as many safeguards as they can to retain this 55 and older community. That was all I wanted to get at.
Yeah, and I mean, the deed restrictions on their face aren't improper, but anything that's fine and legal and valid and okay on its face can be improperly used and illegally used. But that, until they actually start doing that, you're not going to know. So,
thank you for that, and that's I think I beat that horse enough.
I was just going to ask Del Webb, Rep, you probably have had experience. You've been in the business since 1960, so you might have some experience in this area, and maybe offer some clarification on this point.
Sure. Yeah, the age restriction, those are put in the CCNRs, and when we're selling new homes, there's an age verification that's part of the homeowner's contract on the purchase. Out of all the DOEBs I've ever been to, anyone I'm familiar with in the country, the 55 and over restriction has never been redone or modified to make it a non-age restricted community.
To piggyback on his question, if you don't mind, so you check it at the point of sale. What happens if that person leaves to go somewhere else and rents it out to somebody who's 38? Could that happen, or has that happened before, or is there a way to prevent that?
That I'm aware of, no. Typically what's prevented there is if someone were to resell or rent it out, and by the way, we put restrictions in rentals. We don't really see DOEBs as rentals anyway here in DFW. You have to still have that same proof of ID to be part of the HOA and have your access to the amenities. So, but from an experience, never seen it. Sure.
So I have just a few concerns as I've looked through this developers agreement quite a few times, and then it's gone back, come back, gone back, come back. So if I get something confused, just put me back in, check on it so I know I'm on the same page as you.
Okay.
On the 55 plus, I have a question on that. I'm not currently seeing that in the developers agreement. So if it's in there, just show me where I'm missing it. And if it's not, then my concern is once something like this is passed on, if y'all's negotiations fail, then it's back at you, right? So, I mean, at that point, then we don't have that. I guess what my point is, if it's not in there now, there's no guarantee it's going to be in there later once it's voted on tonight. Does that make sense?
It does.
So I'm not seeing it in at least the last copy I got. So I'm assuming it's definitely not in there, right?
It is not in there currently. However, we have talked about it, and when we've talked to each one of y'all and the city staff and everyone, we always told you that it's not a done deal yet. Mm-hmm. However, we are willing to make that stipulation that those 55 or those 50-foot lots would be strictly and simply, if there is, which we certainly anticipate there will be, the age restricted or the age targeted community. We can add that as a restriction.
Even if y'all fell apart.
If it falls apart, there's 6 or 7 others that I think would be very interested in doing the age targeted or the age restricted in that area. However, we've got the best one in America right here, and we plan to do everything we can as a developer to convince them to continue on with this project.
Right on. And then to echo some of the concerns that the council members had, and even with some of the emails and conversations that I've had, a lot of the concern always falls back on our comprehensive plan, and one thing that I've always tried to maintain that I do is I try to represent the people that I have now. I never try to represent people that are coming, because I don't know them. But in forward thinking, we have to always plan today, 3 years from now, 5, and so on. So I do get concerned with the level of density. I am concerned, as Councilmember Brewer pointed out, with some of the erosion of our subdivision and infrastructure building standards. I think when we start changing those things, it does set a precedent for somebody else later on. One of the things that was pointed out, at least on the roads within Sonoma Verde, if it goes into a new development, and I believe it's 6-inch cement, if I'm not mistaken.
6-inch concrete, correct.
Concrete.
Yes.
So if it's not holding up now in Sonoma Verde, how's it going to hold up in the next phases of Sonoma Verde? Because if we're already in phase 1 and have now adopted that as a city, I'm going to adopt that again eventually in north and east. At some point, that 6 inches is not holding up. So I do have some concern there. I am concerned on some of the lot frontages, and I know we've spoke a little bit on that when we met with myself and you and Mr. Kippett. One of the things I did write out and have agreed with is on the Sonoma Verde North Sloan track, with the 55 plus community, it has a gross density of 2.45 residential structures on 316 acres. And if any of my numbers are wrong, just correct me. So 775 homes, which is 41% of the desired ratio established in our comprehensive plan. The largest lot size that I see is 0.179 acre, 7,800 square feet with a 20-foot setback and 65-foot frontage. The concept plan or developer's agreement does not specify the number of lots for each of the 3 lot-sized categories that are identified. And then when we go to east, Tate Track has a gross density of 3.07 in the residential structures on 148 acres, 455 homes, which is 33% of the desired ratio established in the comprehensive plan. So 2 planned lot sizes with no definition on the number of each. Largest lot size on that one, 0.193 acre, 8,400 square feet with a 20-foot setback and 70-foot frontages. Another thing that was pointed out up here is when we talked about the road width, I think it sounded like it's still the same no matter how that comes out. But I know if I go down, I'm trying to think of the street now, I think it's San Donato, so those lot sizes are smaller. And what you see on there is almost all cars on the street, because since there's no room, the driveways are just not big enough. If you got 3 or 4 drivers in the house, 2 in the driveway, most people aren't parking in the garage. It's 2 on the street. It crowds the street. So there are some concerns, but it's not really necessarily questions to you, just kind of some of the concerns I pointed out is I read a lot of stuff here lately. So that's all I have. You're welcome to address any of it, but it's just some of the concerns I saw.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly, I think, address all of those. I think that, going back to the concrete, the vast majority of the problems that exist with the roads in Sonoma Verde are in phase 1. I don't like standing up here trying to pass the buck, but I did not build phase 1. We did not have anything to do with phase 1. Those are city streets to be maintained by the city. We know why they failed. They were not built properly, and there was water injection when they went to build the homes. We don't allow water injection in once the streets are in, we don't allow water injection, which is the water just migrates underneath the streets and it makes them buckle or swell over time. We don't allow that. The soil out here does move, so from time to time there's small sections that need to be replaced. That's concrete anywhere in Dallas, anywhere that you go. That is one of the reasons that we have set up the 1% of those bond proceeds to go to a maintenance fund, so as those occur, the money is already there. It doesn't come from the city coffers, that it's in a lockbox that it can be taken care of. But 6 inches is very standard. And if done right, and I will stand by all the roads in Sonoma 2 through 5, we're aware of a few issues. We've addressed most of them. And there's a couple of others that I know we need to address, but they're very small. Again, those are city roads, but we've been a good partner. You guys have been a good partner with us, and we will continue to do that. The streets, I think, well, I don't know. Street widths are proposed are exactly the same that's in Sonoma Verde now. So they're all 31 foot back to back. There's no minimizing that. All of the standards that were adjusted have been adjusted and agreed to by the city in the past with another development agreement. So none of that was new. 99% of it was just making it, like Craig had said, consistent with what is the normal engineering practice. All of our roads are designed by civil engineers. All of our drainage is designed and stamped by Kimley Horn, and I will arguably the best civil engineers in the Metroplex for single family. So we feel like we stand behind, I think, the construction. And then the roads themselves, as far as the lime stabilization of the base, that is all designed by an outside firm called Alpha, and they are a geotechnical engineer. So civil and geotechnical, they tell us what that road needs to be with the experience they have with particular soils. So I think we've got those under control. So that kind of talks about the drainage. The density issue. We recognized and have all along, and when we came to the city several years ago, looking at the economics of it, we came in and just said density is one of the requirements to financially make this work. There is a significant amount of off-site sewer, roads, and water that these lots on their own merit cannot support if you do all 70s or 80s or 90s. If you do 1 acres or half acres, it won't work. These two tracks currently are in the ETJ. We think they're very valuable tracks. A developer will come in, it may or may not be us, and develop that, whether it's in with the city or if it's in the county. Now, the county doesn't have the appetite for it right now, but what happens in 2 years or 3 years? I think that is a real possibility. That's why we wanted to partner with you guys and continue to do something that I think the city is pretty proud of in Sonoma Verde. The same building standards, the same look and feel, the same name, the same HOA, so it can be very homogeneous throughout the entire community, same development standards, to continue what we've already done with people that you know. We've always been honest with you guys. We've always been forthright. We're always here to answer questions the very best that we can, and we will continue to do that and be a good partner. But I think it would be short-sighted to look at these two developments as if we just don't want them. We just don't want any growth. That certainly may take us out of the ballgame, and we'll go do a project somewhere else. But it doesn't mean that somebody else isn't going to look at it and develop it in the county. And so I think you get back to the scenario where maybe you do get something that's a little bit less desirable. I say none of that other than just say we live in a real world, and we got to look at the real world applications of the what ifs and how these things kind of evolve over time. We're here now. I'm not saying that what you're sitting and seeing there in front of you is our last absolute thing that we can do. We have made a very concerted effort with lots of input from everybody here, from a lot of the citizens. We've had town halls, and we have tried our very best to incorporate as much of that in there as we can. There is a limiting factor, and we will go all the way to that limit in working with you guys to make something that the city can be proud of, can accept, and say, hey, we like this community. But if it is all 70s and above, it just financially and economically will not work. It needs to be 60s and 70s, and we feel the 50s with the age restricted is very appropriate. Again, it's a very unique, narrow application for a very specific use. I think that's palatable, or should be palatable, to most folks. It's in one area, isolated by itself, so when you're driving through Sonoma Verde, you're not driving through the Del Webb project. You would have to intentionally enter the Del Webb. So the look and the feel for the remainder of Sonoma East and the Sonoma North will be exactly identical to what you're seeing in the look and the feel that you have in Sonoma Verde right now. As you look at the density, we throw numbers around, and And to be honest, they don't really mean as much. Sonoma Verde, the existing Sonoma Verde today, is a density of 2 to the acre. When you combine all Sonoma Verde North, and Sonoma Verde East, it's only 2.3 to the acre. But if you break that down even further and you look at, let's pick phase 3 in Sonoma Verde, those are 60-foot lots, and that's 2.9. That's the density in phase 3, 2.9. You look at 4A, there's 86 lots in there, that's 2.56. That's an existing Sonoma Verde right now. You look at 4B, it's 3.3. So looking at these numbers individually and picking them out, I think is a little misnomer, because it really is about the entire development. It's about how much open space that you have, how many trails, and how many activities can you do in that to get from 2 to 2.3. We get hung up maybe on the 55s, there's a specific use. We get hung up on the 2 to 2.3, but I think it's very much in line and appropriate with what Sonoma Verde is. Again, the growth is not going to be, in my opinion, overwhelming. These are 100 to 150 homes a year. That is very manageable, I think, for any city and for the growth of the infrastructure, especially with us doing the majority of all of the off-site infrastructure, all in phase 1, all by the end of the year or at least by next summer. So we're here. We've been here for 7 years. We want to be here for another 10 or 12. We want to continue to work towards this. If we need a committee to sit and work and go through these and find the common ground, we are more than happy to do it. But I will caution, some development is going to be necessary. I mean, some density is going to be a necessity to pay for as much as that we have to do for the off-site construction. So I hope I've touched a little bit on each one of those and be happy to follow up on anything that I said.
If there is no follow-up, then I will look for a motion unless you have a follow-up.
Just one quick question. Do we actually have a total cost on the improvement for specifically Edwards Road? The total cost of what that's going to be? Or have you guys costed that out on
We have costed everything out. Put me on the spot and ask me right
Sorry.
here.
Sorry.
I don't have that in my back pocket. I don't know. I'm going to say it's in the... I don't know. I can get back with you on that.
Yeah, let's do so, because I mean, I'm a numbers person, you know, and I think that there's definitely wiggle room to try to get a better deal that matches what our folks want, and I think we can find I think there's a possible move towards a win-win, but I think we got to work towards it. That's my quick comment on that in terms of some of these expenses.
So if there is nothing else, then there is a consider approval on this. So I will entertain a motion on.
Can we ask for a table?
Are you asking to table it?
It's better than a no, yes.
I concur.
Yeah,
if you would like to table, I think that's what we were leaning on up here, was going to ask to move this to February 11th meeting, which is our first meeting in February, unless.
And can we get together, I guess, real soon on kind of the plan to get together and talk through this? Because we've been working on this for 3 years. And we've been working
Absolutely.
very diligently for the last 6 months, and we would really love to.
You know, for the transparency, some of the stuff that was being talked about back up here was, you know, a lot of the concerns of when we talked about meeting with staff, you know, who was the staff, and it was Dub, and a lot of that information sometimes just doesn't come back to us. He's contracted, whereas the staff is here. So I think maybe we coordinate that with ASA. Maybe we set these things up and we make sure, you know, that people know we're meeting also. We don't want to operate in secrecy. So I think if we find a way, like I had no idea, not that I need to know, that you met up here a month ago, which is fine. No one can say no. It's just, I think we need to make sure with the contentiousness of this subject that we know what's going on. Everyone knows what's going on. I just think transparency is always the best way to go.
I certainly hope you realize we've done everything we can to be transparent.
I
If
know
someone
you
asks
have.
for a meeting or we ask for a meeting, everyone's
Yeah.
accommodated us, and we will
I know
accommodate
of
them as
every
well.
meeting you've had except for one.
Yeah.
So, and that was, I learned of that tonight. So, you know, it's just where it's at. But anyway, if you want to table it, I'm good with tabling it to February 11th. Oh, so we're gonna have to move up here to table that. Someone's gonna have to make that motion to move to table this to February 11th.
Move to table.
Second.
To February 11th.
I'll second.
Yeah, move to table to February 11th.
Councilmember Easter's your second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, show that passes 4-1. That brings us up to, yes, because we ended up reading both at the same, and then did both presentations at the same. I apologize, but some of the gents up here need to take a recess, so we'll do a 5-minute on this one. So we'll say come back at 9:43. right. It is 9:44. We are going to reconvene. It's 9:44. We're going to reconvene. Thank you to Taylor Duncan for the presentation. We will go into item 11.3. I'll go ahead and read. Discuss and consider the agenda resolution 2024-05 regarding agenda preparation. This was put back on by me in a reconsideration. Only just because I have a few concerns. I'm fine with the resolution. I just, some of the changes I wasn't okay with. One of them was, one thing I learned in the council meeting with the commission meeting in conjunction, which we just had. I heard a lot of people say, even from the dais even, that we never want to have a favorable council or a favorable control. And I would argue that we have that right now. I would simply argue we have a favorable council and a favorable agenda on how they vote. I can almost predict each time how votes will go because it's so favorable. This showed when instead of even allowing an item to go to a vote, it was simply removed from the agenda. And the agenda item was mine. I mean, to not even be able to discuss it, to me, is just horrible. Or just don't vote on it. Don't even make the motion, but at least leave it. To be able to remove it because you don't want to even talk about it, I just find that horrible. Another precedent after May, when this was signed, make sure I did this right. We never moved to approve the agenda until it became a benefit and or a tool in which could be used to control on the dais now. So when this was voted on in May, we never even started doing this until about 3 council meetings ago, maybe 4. So again, when we talk about precedent up here a lot, it was just never put in place. Up to even once moving prayer and pledge down so that we could put other agenda items in place of it first. I believe the current resolution should just remain in order and the proposed changes should not be moved to go forward. The current resolution that's in place right now should not be revised. It just keep it the same. At one point, the order was for agenda items had to be turned in by Friday at 8 a.m. to have it on the agenda. It was moved per this resolution to Mondays at 8 a.m., which is an extra 3 days. Now we're asking for an extra 4 hours. If you ask me to vote to allow this resolution to be revised, is a vote saying that you're not competent with your own time management and your service to the council to get your agenda items in order. You need 4 extra hours to do what you ought to get 3 extra days from the original agreement. And I can tell you, if you don't get it in by Monday at 8 a.m., well, you already know the clock's ticking for the next agenda. So you technically have a little over 2 weeks to get ready. To me, instead, I say, this is your vote. If this is what it happens, then we will work with it. It's fine. I just think that it inserts more bureaucracy. It inserts more legislation that doesn't need to happen in this dais with this city. And also, it does put a burden. The extra 4 hours in that does put a burden on the city secretary. And I know she was asked, but I've had extensive conversations with her. And she will figure it out if that's the way it goes. But I can tell you, 4 hours in that takes away a day from her. And when you take away a day from her, that's big, because legislation is not staff. Allow staff to be staff and allow legislation to be legislation. My point, keep it as it is. If you want to make a motion to pass it, fine. I'd rather the motion be keep the resolution as is. But that's all I got to say on it. And I'll start with Councilmember Easter.
I'm going to pass on this. I'm not quite sure what the issue is with all of this. I mean, as best as I understand it, there's a concern that this extra 4 hours puts an undue burden on the secretary. And I just don't know if there's any sort of examples where this has been a problem other than in a theoretical sense, that's.
Are you talking about the 4 hours or the current 8 a.m. on Monday?
I'm talking about the 4 hours. That's what I'm.
So the 4 hours actually came into play in this past certain agenda. Monday was a holiday, and then Angela had to leave for 2 days for work-related business for the city, for training. So it did put a burden on her. And again, it falls back. What, 4 hours? I mean, you already know you have until 8 a.m. Monday, but now you're saying you need 8 a.m. or 12 p.m. noon on the same day? We keep moving the goalpost to suit our needs, but we're not here to suit our needs. We're here to suit their needs and allow staff to do their job. So to me, I just don't see what was wrong with 8 a.m. being your deadline. It's never been a problem until all of a sudden. I mean, if this resolution's been enacted since May, now we want to move it to noon? It just makes no sense to me. It just adds more. Again, y'all's vote. If you want the resolution, pass the resolution. I'll make it work. It's fine. I just think keep it as it is. You already have a resolution. You already get the approval of the agenda. 8 a.m. Monday is plenty of time for y'all to get your stuff in. It's just plenty of time for you to get your stuff in. Or I'll tell you what, reverse the question. Do you need 4 hours because that extra 3 days is not good enough?
I don't know that I personally do, but I'm trying to understand.
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the council.
No, hold on. If something does come up and you get some input, as you said, from the people, I think having that extra 4 hours is an opportunity for that sort of input. I don't know that people are using this as a means by which to extend things for no good reason.
My whole time on council and my time as a mayor, when I was on council, I had until 8 a.m. Friday. That's when I had it. And I never questioned it, never was burdened by it, just did what I was told to do. Then we asked in this current resolution that it would be 8 a.m. Monday. You got an extra 72 hours based off of what it used to be. It's just, what's it going to be next month? We need to close a business. When do we say when? At some point, rules are rules, and it's just the way it is. Hey, 8 a.m. Monday. Or look over at Angela and say, hey, I hear you that 4 hours takes a whole day from you, but we're going to do it anyway. Because that's who it's going to impact. It ain't going to impact me. But your call.
I appreciate the clarification. I just didn't understand the.
Yeah, it impacts staff. It impacts staff because she has to get extra stuff done because it has to come back to me first. Then it has to go to Mr. Holla because then it has to go out to y'all. So when you take away that day, it is an impact because of the other stuff that comes into her daily. Or what happens if Judy's missing work that day and now she's covering 2 spots. The staff is already limited, so putting an extra 4 hours on this, you don't have to listen to me, you can ask her yourself.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't appreciate the implications of the 4 hours, how it cascades into creating other problems. That's what I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Copy that. Mr. McLendon? Mr. Brewer?
I think in addition to the 4 hours, I do like the fact that the one you're proposing ensures that if I go through the effort to put something on the agenda, that regardless of whether it's moved from the top to the bottom or to the middle, I know it's going to get heard. I want that ability because I go through the effort of putting something on the agenda. I feel it's important to discuss it. To vote to say we are not going to discuss it takes away from the whole spirit of democracy and discussion, and I just think having that assurance in there is important. That's all.
Councilmember Day?
Yeah, so when these revisions were proposed, the 4 hours was almost kind of an afterthought. It was really based upon a couple of experiences I had dealt with But the main thing that this does, and doesn't change anything else, really substantively, which is effectively, it removes the requirement for a second. So if Mr. Brewer wants to submit something and nobody else wants to hear about it, he can just put it on. And then if it comes to the dais and say it's something that is, hey, I didn't think about it or whatever, it's fine. He doesn't require anybody else's approval. And under the new home rule charter, neither will the mayor, right? He doesn't require a second under this rule. So anybody can put anything they want on there. And usually, for the most part, if it's something that is, you know, hey, let's put an agenda item on here saying that, you know, something incendiary or something like this, or something that nobody knows, or nobody wants to have a conversation about, you know, about the color of somebody's house or something ridiculous, you know, like this. It's just a standard procedure to be able to remove those kinds of things. It doesn't remove the First Amendment right for you to speak on those things, because you still always retain, in fact, if you read the entire resolution, the original resolution, it guarantees every member of the city council and the mayor and the city manager and even the city attorney the right to be able to speak on things that are pressing to them at the end of the meeting. They're afforded that opportunity. So while it does take it away in terms of, hey, let's not sit here and have a big debate over the color blue, if you want to have that discussion, you definitely can, and I'm always open to hear it. So it was one way of saying, let's just take it off in terms of an action, because it's not going to go anywhere. But it doesn't mean that it's taking it away from you on the First Amendment aspect. I totally respect the First Amendment concerns. So, I mean, that's in terms of the original one. The main change here is the removal of the second. So any city council member may put an agenda item and does not require a second from another person. If you want to go back to 8 o'clock in the morning, that's fine. But I mean, I know that I get, you know, again, like I bring up the fact that I'm a homeschooling dad. Frequently, I don't get to my phone messages until middle of the night, when my kids are finally in bed and I finally have the chance to, you know, to relax a little bit. And then I got to sit there and craft an email. And sometimes I want to do it in the morning. And when I asked Angela when we asked Angela at the last meeting, she said it wasn't a problem. I mean, so if it's something where she knows, hey, it might be a problem, she might kind of reach out and say we might have a problem next week. I mean, we've all worked with her. This isn't about, you know, bullying anybody or changing anything around. It's really just about, if anything, I thought was liberalizing access to the agenda, and it doesn't change any of the previous rules that we passed. So this is just kind of a, in my view, it was an improvement. It wasn't intended to. I mean, again, the 4-hour thing was like almost like an afterthought.
Mr. Tucker?
Yeah, I think at the last meeting I did inquire as to whether this put an onus on the city secretary, and I took her response saying, and she said no, that I took it as for face value, and include the city attorney in this as well. So when I questioned him, so whether it's 8 o'clock, whether it's 12 o'clock, I could split the baby and do it at 10. I could do it at 9. Typically, it really doesn't bother me so much, because I usually will have my items in prior to that 8 o'clock deadline. If there's not a pressure, I don't agree with your point. It's that these are the rules and they shouldn't be changed. No, rules should always be looked at and modified if there's a need to do so. But that being said, the import is minimal here, so if it's 8 o'clock, I have no problems with it.
It's not about rules can't be changed. Rules obviously can be changed. The point of it is, at some point, the rule has to be the rule, or we just keep moving the goalpost.
And it could be at 12 o'clock as well. I mean,
again, I said at the very beginning of this, you guys are going to be the vote. If y'all want it to be that way, let it be that way. I will figure it out. Staff will figure it out. That was to her point, to her answer that day. If you tell her it's noon, they're going to make it work. If you tell them end of the day, if you tell them close the business Wednesday, they'll find a way to make it work.
Also, there's been some explanation behind. Sometimes there are difficulties with meeting that deadline on the part of. It encumbers her throughout the week.
It blows me away how you can't get it in 2 weeks. Like I have the whole time on council and as a mayor, I've never had an issue with all the stuff that I have to do. As a matter of fact, I get my stuff to her before Fridays typically, because I know I have a lot going on. I have to get my stuff done, and I respect her time. If you want it to be noon on Monday, like I said, the woman said she'll make it work. apologize. Ms. Jennings said she'll make it work. It's just, I just think legislation needs to do legislation. Staff needs to be staff. And, you know, that's just the way it is. You are putting a burden on her. You're not putting a burden on me. This does not affect me at all. I will still do my business as usual, and I will still get my stuff to her well before Friday like I always do. I usually am already telling her what I'm going to put on the agenda before this council meeting even comes, because I already know this one I can't do nothing with. I have to already start forward thinking. But you guys make the motion. If you want the whole one to pass it. If not, I would urge you to amend it to not be noon. Keep it as 8 a.m. You want the other stuff, I'm okay with that too. I mean, it makes it easier to put stuff on the agenda. No, it's 11, it will be 11:59 if you keep it the same way, or if you, I apologize, if you pass the new one. We're still technically on the current one, because we never passed the new one. It's always.
I'm totally confused, but I have no problems with amending this to the point that it should be at 8 o'clock. I'm fine with that. This is a non-issue, to tell you the truth. So if we can pass this with any amendments that are necessary outside of the 8 o'clock. I understand. And so, you know, I'm trying to be flexible on this thing. And if we go to 8 o'clock, I'm fine with it.
I'll accept a motion.
All right, I'll move to.
Wait, hold on.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the main issue is 8 a.m. or 11:59, right? That's one, correct?
That's the only issue I have, really.
All right, so the other issue is you're saying you don't want an item completely removed, right?
Yes, sir. In paragraph C, what is proposed, it says furthermore, a known person or entity shall have the authority to alter, delete, delay, table, or interfere with items properly submitted to an agenda.
I'm looking at the current one. I'm not looking at. Yeah, I'm not looking at that because the current one states, one, it doesn't state that we can take it off. It states that we can change the order. That's the current one. So that answers yours. Now, the third issue is, Day, you're saying one person could put something on the agenda without it being seconded, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the intention.
So the current, it already states that. Section 2, no items may be added to the agenda of the city council with no more than 2 persons from the council. If it said no less than 2, then that means one person couldn't, but it says no more than 2. So meaning no more than 2 people can put something on the agenda together.
Yes, sir. That was in consultation with Mr. Hollow, who said you don't want more than 2 because you run into issues with TOMA concerns and walking quorums and things like this.
Okay.
I think the offending deletion that corrects that to make sure that there is no question about it is in the first paragraph where it says probably about 2/3 of the way through. And this is from memory because I don't have it in front of me. I guess I should open it up.
Shall have a second sponsor for the items requested to be replaced.
Yes, sir. That's
okay.
That line is deleted.
We want to redact that because really that's the only thing that we need to change if we're going to go with the 8 a.m. If we're going to. I'm saying if we're going to keep yes, we're going to keep the current. The only thing that we need to change is we need to redact any agenda item by council member shall have a second sponsor for the items requested.
That'll acquire the one of the desired results. The other desired result was a guarantee, actually, that Mr. Brewer was talking about, which actually guarantees that if you write something, it does show up on the agenda as you wrote it, and it's not altered by somebody else until it gets to this body.
Okay.
There was an issue that happened at Commissioner's Court, and that language was inspired by that issue. I'm not taking a side on that issue. It's just something that came up there, and I wanted to make sure it wouldn't be an issue here.
Okay. And so what we've seen in the past recently, not necessarily the past couple meetings, is an agenda being put on without an executive summary, right? So that's in section 1. So we need to continue to do what we've been doing the past couple meetings.
Yes, sir.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I was tracking.
solid copy. You good with it, Mr. McLennan? Mr. McLennan, all concerns good?
I mean, yeah, as long as we redact that one sentence in section 1, I mean, really, that's all we
really have to do for the current. So if y'all are understanding what Councilmember McLennan is saying, so when you make that motion, you're basically getting what you want. Like I said, to me, it's just easier to keep it as current, or write a different resolution to it to add in. No one can take away the deal. I can tell you, I have not seen anyone on the dais since I've been here as a council member or a mayor, anyone until it was my agenda item, remove, delete, or take something away. To me, if it's on the agenda, then it at least should have a motion and a second. And if there's no motion and a second, then it dies according to the rules. Why rules are there? I can't undo that rule. But if that is the case, then it dies. But we should not have the power from the dais to say, Councilmember McLendon does put something on there, and you just don't like it for whatever reason, and we, in the approval of the agenda order, remove item that Councilmember McLendon put on. That's not fair to the council member. And having it happen to me, it just, to me, was like, I've heard many up here scream freedom of speech. You literally took it away. You can say someone can talk about it at the end, but you literally took it off the agenda because it wasn't a topic you wanted to discuss. That's the true meat and potatoes of it. And if you would have just not even made a motion, it would have been fine because we follow the rules. And so to me, I think this, either you rewrite this and bring it back in the next council meeting on February 11th with the other stuff. But to me, just like Councilmember McLendon just said, you really only need to redact one part of it, and then it's fine. I can't imagine anybody up here is going to say, let's remove something, even though it's happened. I just can't see that happening again. I think the outcry from the people showed that shouldn't happen again. So that's where I'm at. Again, it's y'all's vote. I'm just trying to point out, to protect the staff at the 8 a.m., it does impact her, it does impact the week, and it impacts how things get done. And we should not be injecting our role onto staff. While they may work for us, we need to be cognizant of that. I definitely appreciate Councilmember McLendon's input tonight.
So, Mr. McLendon, do you have thoughts on the final sentence in paragraph C? Furthermore, no person or entity shall have authority to alter, delete, delay, table, or interfere with the items properly submitted to an agenda, except as allowed in this section. C. The motivation for this came from an event, and again, I'm not taking one side or another on this. It was a commissioner's court event where the presiding officer decided that there was a need that he took, and the commissioner was displeased with it. And change in terms of the submittal was made, and then the commissioner, when they sat down, realized a change had been implemented and he was not happy about it. So this is just simply language that was anticipatory of that. It actually has nothing to do with anything that's happened at this council. This is just a broader concern.
I mean, I don't know about that situation. I just know that what was said on the dais, if we just take out that one sentence in the current one that we have, I think it'll afford everyone to get what they want. As far as that issue with the Commissioner's Court, I mean, if, looking at it from the surface level, that particular individual didn't do their proper review before the meeting, right? Because it could have been caught. But like I said, I don't know the details.
I don't know the circumstances beyond just what I've seen through the public meeting.
So, yeah. I mean, and at the same time, we're not Commissioner's Court.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand.
I think Councilmember McLendon made it very easy. If we make the motion and redact that, I don't know how that works, being it's a resolution, if in the motion, if you were adopting the current still, but making the motion to redact the sentencing that Councilmember McLendon pointed out, then we can move forward with this pretty quickly, I would think. So we can make that amendment, right?
You can make a motion to adopt the resolution subject to whichever part being deleted.
All right, well, I'll look for a motion to go that route. Is there a motion?
So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to word this. I'm going to move to approve the agenda resolution. It's like a negative versus a positive. Sorry.
Well,
Give me a
so
moment.
you're going to change the 11:59 a.m. back to 8 a.m. So you're going to.
The current's still in order, so I think.
Oh, so
Councilmember McLendon, I think since you have that redaction already showing, if you just make the motion that I move to approve the current resolution with the redaction of the sentence that you pointed out, then that solves all the problems, like you said. And then we don't have to rewrite anything. We would just redact it. So how you actually, if you move it that way, sir, then I think we would cover everybody.
So I motion to approve the current agenda resolution, Exhibit A. To redact in Section 1, any agenda items submitted by a council member shall have a second sponsor for the items requested to be placed on the agenda pursuant to Section B below.
Second.
With a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Angela, if you can show that unanimous, and then I'll probably have to sign a new one with the redaction on that. And then whenever you get caught up on your notes, we'll go to 11.4.
Okay, 11.4, discuss and consider approval to instruct city administrator to forward a letter of notification to RCH WSC and High Point SUD designating each in violation of ordinance 2023-05 to High Point and ordinance 2023-06 RCH respectively, requiring a 30-day notice to reply prior to pursuing further action.
Hey, Angela, thanks for reading that. I think we're going to make a motion to push this one as well.
If there's no objection.
Is everyone okay with us moving this one just for the sake of time? Councilmember McLendon, you good? All right, so then let's just do that. No action taken. We're just going to move it to the next meeting.
Technically, should we be tabling that to the next meeting?
You don't have to.
Just so that it's all automatically there?
Yeah, it's just.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, that takes us to 11.5. Angela, I'll just keep going. Presentation and discussion of the Home Rule Charter. Councilmember Brewer.
Yes, so we're at the end of the line with the Home Rule Charter. The Home Rule Charter Commission has done a great job, and they've took in some changes on the charter itself after the last meeting that we had jointly. And Chair Mark Russo is out of town, and so he asked John Powers to do a quick presentation about the charter and talk about some of the changes as a result of the last meeting. And then if you have any questions, he'll be happy to answer them. And then we'll go on to the next item after that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, my name is John Powers. For any of you who don't know me, I am a commissioner on the Home Rule Charter Commission. And as was stated, Chairman Russo and Vice Chairman London could not be here this evening, so I have been tasked with the honor, frankly, of presenting you with the final version of the proposed Home Rule Charter on behalf of the Commission. I'm aware that each of you has, most of you were here at the joint meeting that we had. I'm aware that all of you have been provided with a copy of the final version and had a chance to read that extensively, I assume. At our joint meeting held on January 23rd, Chairman Russo delivered a PowerPoint presentation which consisted of an overview and highlights from the charter. And following that, the Commission received input from the dais and questions from the dais, and then also, perhaps even more importantly, we received input from several members of the community that had their ideas. And based upon that input, as Councilman Brewer just stated, we had some discussion among the Commission members, and a few changes were made to the document, 4 in total. So I'm now going to present you with a very abbreviated version of the PowerPoint presentation that Chairman Russo delivered to you on the evening of the 23rd, because I imagine that's fresh in your minds. There's only been 4 changes, and certainly given the hour right now, I'm sure everybody's tired, we can get through that rather quickly. And so we'll go ahead and go to the PowerPoint. If you don't mind just going through the beginning portions and get to chapter 1. Please. So highlights from chapter 1. And if I don't have anything for you, I'll just ask you to go to the next page, okay? So highlights chapter 1, that was for incorporation and boundaries of the city. Go please to chapter 2. The form of government, one of the major changes that would be brought through this charter is that we would be switching to a council manager form of government. That would be a significant change. Continuing with chapter 3, we'll get over to the qualifications page, where it starts with 18 years of age, right there. What's significant on this one is that an additional at-large council seat would be established for a total of 6 council members, plus the mayor. The council member and the mayor term is going to be increased to 3 years. And it's going to be, there will be term limits for the council members of 3 consecutive terms, unless serving also as mayor, then it becomes 4. But it's going to be, this is one of the changes that we made. It's going to be an election every year, and it'll be 2 elected 1 year. The following year, it'll be 2 plus the mayor. The following year after that, it'll be 2 elected. So there's always 2 council persons being elected. And then section 1419, since we're going to be changing from our current mode of doing elections, as far as how the length of terms and so forth, when we get to section 1419, that will explain how that's going to work in the transition. Continuing to the next page, the mayor, one of the major changes or significant changes is that since there will be 7 people on the dais, the mayor will be able to vote on every item on the agenda. A quorum will be considered to be 4, including the mayor, and special meetings can be called by the mayor or 5 city council persons. Continue on to chapter 4, please. So the city council, by majority, will vote to appoint or remove a city manager. City manager obviously answers to the council. The residency is not required in order to get hired. But it'll be entirely up to the city council as to how much time, a reasonable amount of time, which you collectively agree to be reasonable, that the city manager would reside within the boundaries of the city. Continuing on to chapter 5, please. City secretary. And I'll simply point out there that the city secretary is appointed by city council, answers to city council. Chapter 6. That it just states that the council shall create by ordinance a municipal court, and then it lays out the qualifications and the duties of a city, getting a little late here. The municipal judge, the qualifications and duties of the municipal judge and how those things operate. Going to the city attorney, please, my favorite category, city attorney. He is appointed by the city council and does all the standard duties that he has been doing all along. I think there's language in there that requires the city attorney to be involved in anything that the city might be open to litigation for before we take make any decisions, that it always goes through the city attorney for his opinion or her opinion, as it might be. Okay, looking at chapter 8, please. Departments and fiscal administration. The administrative departments established by charter and order shall be under the control and the direction of the city manager. Moving on to chapter 9, boards and commissions. Planning and zoning and board of adjustment and parks are boards which are specified in the charter. The park board is not required. Obviously, the planning and zoning and board of adjustment are required. The council can also create other boards, committees, or commissions as they would see fit to carry out the duties that they have for the city, or the goals that they have for the city. One of the changes we did was that the Planning and Zoning Committee not only has 7 members, but we added 2 alternates to that committee. The Board of Adjustment had 5 regular members and already had 3 alternates. Just go all the way over to chapter 11, please. Regular city elections will be held the first Saturday of May in each year. That has not changed. There was some discussion about possibly going to November, but the commission decided that May was better, just in order to keep our community elections separate from everything that gets put on those ballots in November. So that was the decision. It was one of the things that was suggested by the public, so that's why I'm addressing it here, as to what our decision was and why. Chapter 12, please. Initiative, referendum, and recalls. It just details that chapter, what was required for citizens to initiate an initiative, or to by collecting signatures, or to do a referendum on an existing ordinance that they might like to either approve or remove. And so those things are in there. And then, of course, there's information about recall of elected officials, which, of course, we hope never happens. Chapter 14, general and transitional provisions. Any ordinances, rules, or regulations inconsistent with this charter are repealed upon the date of the adoption. So if the charter gets adopted by the voters, then everything inconsistent with that will automatically be null and void, be repealed. And then you go to the bottom. Charter amendments may be submitted by the city council to qualified voters of the city for their approval no more often than every 3 years. So this document can be amended every 3 years or longer. Okay? And then we go to the next page, please. This is the only thing that's going to require just a little bit of an explanation. You remember I told you earlier on that we were going to 2-year, where everybody's serving for 3 years, but we're going to elect 2, and then 2 plus the mayor, and then 2 again, and just keep rotating like that through elections every year. If obviously if this passes, then we're going to get the place 6 on the city council, and that individual would be appointed upon approval of the charter. In 2026, place 6 will be up for election for a 2-year term. And then in 2028, the seat will be up for election for a 3-year term going forward. See, we're changing, so we have to do a little finagling here to get everybody on the 3-year track. So then you go to there will be the second bullet point there. There will be 3-year terms to commence in regular elections for places 2 and 4. And the mayor seat in 2026. Seats 2 and 4 and the mayor are currently serving a 2-year term. So in 2026, they will run for, whoever's running for those spots will be running for a 3-year term. And then we have 3-year terms will commence in regular elections for place 1 and 3 in 2027. Places 1, 3, and 5, as you know, are currently up for election this time for 2-year terms, because that's the policy that we're under now. But then come 2027, those two positions, 1 and 3, will run for 3-year terms. And then lastly, in 2027, when place 5's position comes up, that individual will run for a 1-year term. And then in 2028, the seat will be up for election for a 3-year term going forward. And after that point, everybody will be at 3 years, 3-year terms. And then on adoption of the charter, I'm going to open this up. Any questions or comments you have for me after this, but then I have one final statement to make. Sections of the charter will be presented collectively on the ballot, as it is impractical to submit each subject in this charter separately. If we were to put each section on the ballot, it would be ridiculous. So it's an all or nothing. If you like, you approve it, you don't approve it in its totality. So with that, do you have any questions for me or comments? Thank you. Bad for 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Councilmember Easter, we'll start with you going down the line.
I got nothing. That was a good presentation. 2 o'clock in the morning. You're right.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLendon. Councilmember Brewer, being that you're the chair.
Yeah.
Liaison, rather.
I just want to point out we do have members of the commission who have hung in there with John here. We have Melody Osario, Jody Wright, Tony Crawford, and Karen McDonald. Rich Dean was here earlier, but we wore him down, so he left. But I appreciate their hard work, and this was a hard process. As you got a sample of last Thursday, after you all left, the meeting continued for another hour. So they're very dedicated to what they were doing in this document. And Bev. Sorry. I didn't see it. I wasn't looking down there. Sorry.
Bev doesn't get the thanks anymore. Councilmember Day.
So we're going to be, is this to approve the ordinance, to put it on?
No, this is the presentation. If you have any questions, the next one will
okay.
be, we're on 11.5.
Oh, 11.5. All right, sorry.
It's just if you have questions for John.
Yeah, so, thanks, John. And no, I haven't read the whole thing. And this is rare for me. I usually read the whole thing before we come in. And the reason why I haven't read the whole thing is because we had the Sonoma Verde question coming up before us. Reading through all this stuff, taking public comments, taking phone calls continuously since the 23rd. So to be fair, I haven't read the whole thing. I tried to actually follow one of the conversations, one of the changes that happened, and actually Bev's here because she was the one that actually proposed it, was the admission of 2 alternates onto the P&Z.
Yes, sir.
What was behind that? And then the question is when do the alternates come on for voting purposes? Is it for the purposes of getting it up to 7 or to make sure that you have quorum? At what point do you start backfilling seats? So I didn't know if you guys had worked that all out
Would you
yet.
prefer me to answer it, or would you like Bev to answer it?
Whoever's
She would be
best
probably
qualified.
the best
Whoever's
one to
best
answer.
qualified, yeah.
Let me make sure I understand the question. The alternates only take part in the meeting when a regular member is absent.
So if I have 6 members, does an alternate is then seated?
Correct.
It is. Okay, that was my question.
And we do ask on both Planning and Zoning and Board of Adjustments for the alternates to attend every meeting, to not only listen and learn, but you never know when a regular member may have an emergency come up and not be able to come at the last minute, so then we have them in place. We don't have to wait.
And then the other question I had was, is there a system in place or is there a convention that is used to determine which alternate is seated and which one is not?
Typically what happens is if the alternates are like Board of Adjustments, I can speak to that. Our alternates are not appointed at the same time, so we always go with the most senior alternate first if possible. But sometimes it's just whoever may want to jump up there and sit and who the chairman picks.
Okay, cool. That was it.
Councilmember Easter was on P&Z. He might be able to help clarify how the alternates ran for P&Z chaired by Kip.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection is that Mark, as the chair, decided who would do it, and whoever got the losing end of the straw is the guy that got up there to do it. But no, I don't think, he may have had some ideas on it. And Dan was on P&Z for a while too. I mean, do you recall?
That was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, so I do not recall.
But that's my recollection, kind of consistent with that.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything for John?
No, just a great big thanks for the presentation to start with. That was very, very good, very, very good. And then beyond that, just all the folks that have served on the commission. I mean, we sat in last week, I guess it was. I'm already losing remembrance of it. But that being said, I do remember that it was lengthy and it was discussive and laborious to some degree on your part, because we actually got the opportunity to watch sausage being made when it came to home rule charter. And we also got the opportunity to leave earlier, and I was wondering how much longer you guys would be, and Councilman Brewer just verified it was another hour. I thought you guys were going to adjourn and come back on another day.
We thought you went to get us food.
But you guys really had some stick-to-itiveness when it came to hashing this thing out, and I watched a couple of online events as well. So I know that you were very, very dedicated, and it's that kind of commitment that we like to see on the part of individuals who do participate, later come up and serve on this council. So I applaud you all.
Thank you. Well, you heard Chairman Russo made some, is it okay? Yeah. Okay. Chairman Russo generally says very, complimentary things about us to keep us encouraged and so forth. But I think the things that he says, he doesn't realize how true they are. I think collectively, we really all did enjoy being on the commission and really feel like we did something really significant in service to the city. So
there was a level of dedication there that went beyond, and so I think all of us up here recognize that up front when we saw you in action last week. So we recognize that. We again applaud that.
Thank you so much.
No, I want to echo everybody. The ones I watched, and I came to maybe the first one for a little bit, and then there was one in the middle. It was awesome to watch everybody debate, even when the differences would get heated. Y'all never lost the mindset of knowing you had to be a team to figure this out and to put together the document you did. I think it's amazing for the members of the commission that stayed here to support John and even just see how your work is talked about. I applaud y'all. The ones that are watching online, I applaud them. Please pass on my thanks to that. And real quick, is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? And the third time, any other discussion?
And I have one final statement, if I may. Okay. That's all right. I'm going to read it to make sure I get it right. So, on behalf of Chairman Russo and Vice Chairman Dennis London and the rest of the commissioners, my colleagues here, of the City of McLendon-Chisholm Home Rule Charter Commission, I proudly, underline proudly, present this final version of the Home Rule Charter to you, the McLendon-Chisholm City Council, and ask you to place this charter on the ballot for the May 3rd, 2025 general election to be considered and voted upon by the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, so that'll bring us to the next item, 11.6. Angela, I'll just keep it going. Consider approval of an ordinance of the City of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, calling for a special election to be held on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2025, for the purpose of submitting a home rule charter to the voters of the city, authorizing the notice of election, directing the city secretary to mail a copy of the proposed home rule charter to each registered voter of the city, authorizing a joint election order with the other Rockwall County political subdivisions, authorizing the city administrator to enter into an agreement with Rockwall County for the election, fixing the time, place, and manner of holding said election, and providing an effective date. Councilmember Brewer.
Yeah, so this is the most important vote. This is just to put it on the ballot. And I want to stress to the public that may be hearing, although the main body of work by the commission is done, we know there's an education component that we're going to have to educate the voters about what's on the charter And so there'll be several town hall type events between now and before early voting. And it's because it's an important deal. We talk about the growth of the city, and to me, this is the foundation for what the next step is to have this document in place. And it shows that, you know, we're on our A game going forward. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Nope. Is there a second? We'll go to discussion after a second. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. It's open for discussion. Councilmember Easter.
Yeah, this is probably a better question for Mr. Howell. Or actually, let me go back to Mr. Brewer. What is the latest date that we can approve this and get it on the ballot? And the reason that I'm asking this is, and then I have a procedural question for Mr. Howell. I'd like to get this on the ballot, but I'd like to make sure that we've got it right. And if there needs to be a change after we approve it, what would that look like in doing that? And can we do it without a lot of procedural issues? Not that I'm anticipating a problem, but
No.
just
No.
so it'd be easy to fix.
No. It's over. It's done. What I understand from the commission is they're done. So council either approves the ordinance, puts it on the election, or there's no charter.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood where we're at on it, so it's an all or nothing.
I know we hate it when somebody responds with a 12-second answer because we're used to Conrad.
Could you
it takes
elaborate?
12 hours. Exactly. There you go. Exactly.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Councilmember McLendon, do you have anything? No? No. You've already spoke on it, unless you have anything you want to add. No? Councilmember Day?
Yeah, for me, it's kind of piggyback, but I think he answered it, which is, you know, I exercise a precautionary principle so frequently, you know, as everybody in the city knows I teach. And I tell my students all the time, even if you're done with the exam in 45 minutes, sit there for 3 hours and make sure you got what you want. Because at the end of that 3 hours, the window closes and you get the consequences for it. So that's the reason why I had an agenda item last time. It was defeated, asking for one extra meeting for that, you know, just to look for errors, defects, contradictions. It's not really to change it. It was just if something was caught, you know. The question is, do we want to keep, once we close the noose on this, and I think there's a sidebar going on over here. I was actually going to refer. But the question is if we close the noose on it today and we get this out there, it sounds like we can't go back and cross T's, dot I's. We can't, because you never know when something catches up. I can't tell you how many times I've written very long documents. I think it's perfect. I send it out, and then I'm looking at it afterwards, and I go, oh my God, I can't even believe I didn't catch that. And so the question is, do we have, is it urgent that we do it today, or could we do it on, let's say, the 11th of the next meeting, and it just passes right then? Just to make sure you guys have all the T's and all the I's dotted.
I mean, I'm not sure about the question of like the dates because I have to go look that up. But yeah, so I mean, but my understanding is the commission, they're done with their product. They're finished with their product, and they're not going to consider any other changes. So.
Is it, John, do you concur with that?
I concur, yeah. We've submitted the final product after the arduous process that we went through. It's submitted to you to approve to put on the ballot or not to put on the ballot.
So if the name of the city of McLendon-Chisholm is misspelled in there, we now become the city of McLendon-Chisholm.
I can assure you, Ms. Stevens did not misspell.
There are no misspellings of the city's name.
It is, in fairness, sir, it is a document prepared by human beings that's 43 pages long, and you can go over it countless times, and you still may find a typo here or there. I don't think there are any, because it's been looked over by 15 people multiple times, 16 people.
Typos are also okay to correct. That doesn't change the substance.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I want to make sure that we're not going to have a problem with the fatal flaw if we pass it right now, and then we have an issue. All right, that's what I needed clarification for. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My statement was more of, if there's a provision in there that you didn't really like or somebody didn't really like, yeah, that's just, we're quote unquote stuck with that, because at this point, what I understand from the commission is you heard Mr. Powers say they're not going to consider any changes. So if it's a change in there that people don't like or whatever, that's not something that can be changed. It's here before council to either approve or not approve, and that's kind of where we are.
So rudimentary clerical or typographical problems aren't going to be, okay.
No.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I'm satisfied this has been scrutinized and read over multiple times, and they've done their due diligence. And at some point, you have to trust, the commission and feel that they're going to have performed as they were requested to perform, and I think they have. I don't question this at this point in time. I'd like to move on for a vote.
Well, with Councilmember Brewer's move to make this happen and the second, I will take it to a vote. So all those in favor say aye.
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 It's not letting me say aye. Aye. Aye, there it is.
Show that unanimous. Probably should be applauding y'all at this point, actually. With that said, that takes us. We have an executive session? No, we have it on here, but we don't have any action to be taken in executive session. So I will take us to council member announcements and reports. Councilmember Easter?
I'll pass.
Awesome. 1040. I like that attitude. No. Do you have anything, sir?
I went to a TDM training just to see if I still remembered everything, and I pretty much did. So thank you.
It wasn't one I sent to you, did it? No. Okay, good. Just watching my back here. Councilmember Day, nothing. Mayor Pro Tem, nothing. And with that, I'm going to go with nothing. So 1041, we are adjourned. Thank you to the commission.